Good morning, good morning, good morning. How you doing today? I need to excuse me. I want to play a French dance song for you. It's not in French, but it is in English, but it's still made by a French band. And I think it's very long and probably very annoying to the audience members, but not to me. And the music video is straight up. It's Jake Gyllenhaal being a serial killer. So huge fan of Jake Gyllenhaal being a serial killer and murdering hipsters. So I'll probably start that in a second. Do do do. I also got I got some copyright strikes from that Indian company, but I think they had to strike things that they hadn't struck before. So it was only 5 instead of 60. So I had to respond to those. And then I got a community guide warning because I'm assuming there's some people who are not they're not a fan of my recent commentary. And so as a result, Doobie during our stream with Fellrunner, they found a segment where Doobie said, "Oh yeah, if I could, I would have." Wait, no. I think he said we do have national blanks in our Discord, and I think it's fine. I think it's good for people to fight it out or whatever. And somebody took that clip and they reported it for hate speech. So I got a community guidance warning. So just be knowledgeable that there are, we're going to be chill. We're going to be chill. We're going to do our thing. No big deal. We're going to mostly abide by terms of service. Mostly. But there are people out there who are gunning for us right now. So just be chill. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Calm down. So let's some drama sewage with politics seasoning. Listen, man, I feel like I've been on my best behavior. So I'm going to show this to you real quick, just in case there's a few skeptics in chat. I feel like I've been on my best behavior. So, give me a second. Some of the thumbnails from the debate on Monday night going into Tuesday are pretty funny, actually. I like Hutch's. I think Hutch's thumb is pretty funny. But if we go to Counterpoints Politics and we go to the video segment, there has not been a update since 3 weeks ago because I've been focusing on Counterpoints, Sci-Fi, 40K, and Counterpoints, 40K, Warhammer, and Sci-Fi. Wait, Star Wars, Sci-Fi, Warhammer. I've been focusing on those 3 for the past few weeks because I need to get those off the ground. Well, Owlishness, if you will please indulge me a moment. So there is no content here milking the drama. There is no content here milking the drama. And then the last thing is from the drama 3 weeks ago. Then if you go to the live, there are plenty opportunities for me to milk the drama. And yet, if you look at since 3 weeks ago, we got, this is the drama stream where Queeman and I talked and then I screamed at Destiny, but that was almost a month ago. I think that was May 22nd. May 22nd or May 23rd of 2023. So this is a month ago. Pisca versus Kalinda and Geopol. That's not Destiny related. This is me going over my perspective on the drama once I got the Mr. Girl email. And then I don't think I've streamed about Destiny since. So here's Wick Hassan Bad panel in Geopol. Andrew Wilson versus Lauren Southern Geopol. Marketplace of Ideas, Future of the Republicans. Milking Right-Wing Horror Cows, Asmongold. Iran War Prime Kai. There's no drama content here. And then same thing, if we go over to Valor Media Network, we can take a look at, what was the date that I dropped this? 3 weeks ago. So, Valor Media Network. Let's go to the live section because that's a section that I dominate. Let's go to 3 weeks ago. Hassan Piker, Secular Church. Hassan Piker, Geopol. Ryan Mulally, Hutch versus Woke Anti-Semites. Pisco versus Ryan Mulally, Hassan and Queeman attack veterans. Pisco and Josiah versus conservative lawyers, Ryan Mulally. Richard Spencer versus Andrew Wilson, Zionism. Zionism versus Nazism, unbanning community members. Defending Wick from commentary, Brad Palumbo versus Brian Tyler Cohen. Midas Touch Iran deal, Ben Shapiro sweeps. Marketplace of Ideas, Future of the Republicans. That was a mistake because I streamed the wrong segment. Tectone and Nuxtaku, milking right-wing horror cows, right-wing horror cows, right-wing horror cows, right-wing horror cows. So, you know, what do you want from me? I could be milking the drama endlessly, and I'm not. So, what do you want? And somebody said, you were dropping the F slur every 3 seconds. I appreciate you using my pass, but goddamn. Oh, yeah. Probably felt a little homophobic. The liberal verse seethe is going to be absolutely delicious after all those Mamdani endorsed people won, especially over that one lunatic DAC. Let's take a look at that real quick before we watch Jake Gyllenhaal murder some hipsters. What is it? What did you say? Mamdani endorsed candidates win. Clean sweep as 3 candidates endorsed by Mamdani win the primaries in New York. New York's are on Mamdani. There are several high-profile races in New York on Tuesday, as well as primaries in Maryland and Utah. In New York's 7th Congressional District, ABC News projects that Mamdani-backed State Assemblywoman Claire Valdez will win over Brooklyn Borough President Anye Renuso. 10th District, another Mamdani-backed candidate, former City Comptroller Brad Lander, will beat incumbent Republican Dan Goldman, ABC News projects. And in the 13th District, the mayor's candidate, community advocate Dariza Avile Chevalier, will beat incumbent Representative Andrian Espaillat, ABC News projects. In an upstate race to replace retiring New York Republican Representative Eli Stefanik, ABC News projects businessman Anthony Constantino, who makes headlines in 2024 for placing a large vote for Trump sign atop his Mohawk Valley sticker mule factory, will be the Republican nominee in the 21st. Okay. I mean, state reps are one thing, man. Like no offense to the state reps. Like, I respect the hustle. But, you know, once again, like, I know that's weird for me because obviously I spend a healthy chunk of my time criticizing leftists and I don't like them winning. But leftist state representatives winning after Mamdani won is not shocking to me as well. For any New Yorkers who might be in chat, like, the fucking reputation of New York is that, like, yeah, sure, upstate might be a little socially conservative, but they're still largely Democrat. I mean, the Northeast is known for being blue as shit. And then the city itself is fucking commie bullshit. So, no offense to my New Yorkers. No offense to my New York friends. But yeah. That's your reputation outside of the state. Anyways, just to be absolutely clear, there's nothing immoral about covering drama, by the way. Just certain thin-skinned people, wretches, get ultra ass pain when it's their drama being covered. For sure. But I think that we should be better. We should be better than the people that we're criticizing. I just think you pragmatically and strategically should learn more, lean more into politics, given your goals. That's all. Well, yeah. Well, I think I just agreed with that before I read that. Destiny mentioned. Ooh, can't talk about him. Connor, you dropped every F slur possible. I'm proud of you for using my pass, but damn. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Got a little passionate there. Thank you for the reminder, Conserve. True. All Steve sees are clips of people send him, so he can't have the overall sense of proportion. Sure. But likewise, I'm obviously seeing clips posted to Twitter, and I'm seeing tweets of Dan and Mooten fucking talking shit about my personal life, even though they don't know fuck all about my personal life. And then, and I didn't fucking watch them. I just saw that they were talking shit. And then, what was the other one? And then Steven was saying, "Oh, go after his sponsors. Try to get him deplatformed." I'm sorry, why? Why am I getting deplatformed? Because you asked me what I thought about things. Darius asked me what I thought about things, and I said it. So I deserve to be deplatformed and demonetized because I'm telling you what I think is the truth. Sorry. Sorry. It's not how it works. I'm allowed to dislike you. I'm allowed to tell you what I think is true, especially when you ask me. What I want is analysis of orbitally deployed futuristic infantry and their logistics and tactics, of course, says Groovy Harps. Well, Groovy Harps, you would be more at home in the counterpoint sci-fi, Star Wars, and 40K realm. What I will tell you, though, I should probably do more tactical analyses. But I will tell you that I am breaking down Andor right now on the Counterpoint Star Wars segment. And in Counterpoint Star Wars, I am breaking down the tactics of the Ferrix Primor security team trying to arrest Cassian Andor. Because the tactics are actually phenomenal. Like they're not good as like a SWAT team. They're not as good as like a special forces team. But they are good. They're using basic infantry tactics while trying to arrest Cassian Andor, and it's phenomenal. And I think I do a pretty decent breakdown of that. And then same thing with The Expanse. So the episode that not only have the last 2 episodes done pretty well metrically, and that's boost my watch time significantly, which is awesome. Because that means that the goal of getting monetized by the end of the year just gets closer and closer. But excuse me. But I break down the Truman class dreadnought. So I basically assume that every United Nations capital ship in the inventory of the UNN in the Expanse was like a Leonidas class battleship. But what I noticed in the burn to Io, where the Agatha King was going to Io, is that it did not look like a Leonidas. So I went ahead and Googled it, what's the Agatha King? Turns out it's a Truman-class dreadnought. And that is the UNN equivalent of to the MCRN Doniger. Instead of 500 meters, it's 376 meters. It is a fucking capital ship with, rail guns, and I think it has 2 large rail guns. I think it has like 30 or 40 torpedo tubes. I think it has like 40 point defense cannons. It has 1,400 crew. It has a complement of Marines for boarding. It's actually pretty fucking dope. So, overall, as a part of the raid on Io, I break down the Truman class dreadnought, and then next week I'll be breaking down Gunnery Sergeant Bobby Draper killing the protomolecule hybrid on Io, and that's going to be sick because we're going to be talking about the Goliath power armor. So, Bazraka with the gifted. Thank you, King. The mindless droves will always vote for more free stuff. True. No, actually, it is a moral failing to make drama slops, says Patriarch. Well, Patriarch, I guess I have to listen to you, considering you're my Geopol oiler. So I have to. I have to agree with. I have to agree with Patriarch. Drama's bad. Okay, guys. It's bad for your brain. It's bad for your soul. It's bad for your mental health. It's funny. It's very funny. It's fun. It's bad for you. Verse T News says, I forget the verses, but they're all in Timothy, Book of New Testament. We should try to avoid irreverent babble and meaningless controversy. Basically, it's what the verses said. Yeah, sure. Keyword is try. Somebody said something about a nerve blockage that I wanted to read. Somebody had a nerve block? That can't be fun. As somebody with compressed nerves in my neck, I know that's not fun. First Team News says, and in my personal life, I do. I'm famously anti-drama and anti-gossip in my personal life. I hate those sinful urges by rolling into the sewage online. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Star Wars Rebels. Yeah, I'll get into the 3D animations when I'm done with a major plot line. So I did watch Obi-Wan Kenobi. It was so mid. Just nothing happens. The coolest thing that happens is, so Leia Organa gets kidnapped. They call Obi-Wan out of retirement in Tatooine in order to go save her. The bad guys, the kidnappers, they take Leia Organa to a spice production drug warehouse in an anarchic cyberpunk shithole city on a cyberpunk shithole anarchic planet. That was the most interesting thing about the entire series, was like the criminal anarchic planet and Obi-Wan Kenobi basically sneaking into the Star Wars equivalent of a meth den in order to save, 6-year-old or 8-year-old Leia Organa from a bunch of fucking gangsters hired by an inquisitor in order to kidnap her to bring Obi-Wan out of retirement. That's like the most interesting thing. Everything else fucking sucked. Everything else was terrible. It was so fucking mid, and nothing happened. And by the way, I'm not criticizing the Obi-Wan. I'm not criticizing Ewan McGregor. I feel like, to Ewan McGregor's credit, he has always acted the shit out of the Obi-Wan role, regardless of how corny and cheesy and shitty the surrounding circumstances are. He was like the one person that was taking the problem, like taking the season like actually super seriously. So I was a fan of Ewan McGregor. I was not a fan of the series overall. So I'm actually skipping it. Yeah, Obi-Wan was ass. Yeah, I'm skipping it. So I'm not going to be doing Obi-Wan. I'm basically going to do Andor. I'm going to roll into Rogue One. Rogue One's obviously going to roll into 4. 4, 5, and 6 are going to roll into each other. Then I think I'm going to do, I guess, Disney, 7, 8, 9. But I'm kind of wondering if Mandalorian happens before 7, 8, and 9. And for 8, I'm just going to ignore, like, seriously 40% of the movie. Because, like, 40% of the fucking movie is useless. So 7, 8, and 9 kind of suck ass, but I'll break them down anyways. And then obviously you still got Mando, maybe Ahsoka. I feel like Ahsoka is another one that's like mid. It has a lot of meandering and then, kind of writing. It doesn't feel very like driven. It doesn't feel very like there's like a purpose and a through line to it. It just kind of feels like, here's Ahsoka. She's going to go on adventures now. And then, what was the other thing about Ahsoka? The only reason why I might break down Ahsoka is because of Balin. So there's this disaffected Jedi Knight with basically it's a red lightsaber, but it's kind of like an orange lightsaber. Like he bled his lightsaber like a Sith does, but only a little bit. And he's not technically Sith. He's more like a Dark Jedi. And he has some really, 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 really good fights. Like, really good fights in Ahsoka. So, I would probably break down Ahsoka just for the Balin scenes. And then maybe whatever else I can find that's cool inside of it. But, yeah. Do Andor, the rest is shit. Yeah, that's relatively true. But, no, I'm doing Andor, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and then I'm probably going to go back, and then I'll do all the 3D series. So I'll do Clone Wars. I already did 2D Clone Wars, but I'll go back and I'll do 3D Clone Wars. Then I'll do Rebels. Then I'll do, Darth Maul series. I'll do Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Sith, Tales of the Sin, whatever. Officer Nasty says Dark Jedi feels counterintuitive. It's actually not, believe it or not. Sorry, I'm just going on a Star Wars lore rant right now. But Sith originally were Dark Jedi. So the Jedi on Ossus, I know I'm describing like technically non-canon lore, but this lore is actually pretty good. So the Jedi were a monastic order force drawn to the planet of Ossus near the galactic core. There they like worshipped and studied the dark side and the light side of the Force. And if a Jedi, it was spelled Jedai at the time, if they worshipped one aspect of the Force too strongly, they actually went to like moons that were attuned to the either light side or dark side of the Force to balance their own perspective on the Force. And so they were actually like karmically and cosmically balanced yin and yang Buddhist space monks with laser swords. And then the Rakatan invaded, tried to seize the planet so they could get better access to Force powers. And then there was a series of like dark side of the Force rebellions that had to be put down. And the dark side of the Force rebellions were what actually like shattered Ossus, broke the Jedi Order, and then started like a perpetual galactic war between the forces of light and dark. But weirdly enough, if you look at like the history of the Jedi, the Jedi in Ossus, yeah, they were like Force centrists. They studied both the dark side and the light side. They didn't view the dark side as like necessarily perniciously evil. They kind of had like a Jungian shadow perspective on the dark side of the Force. So, I like that lore a lot. What I'm doing, by the way, sorry that I'm still on a Star Wars yap, but what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm taking all the old lore that I think is good, and then I kind of like, I'm blending it into the new lore, because the new one with the canon, they basically rejected all that shit. But when they rejected all that shit, they didn't replace all that shit. And now they're kind of like stealing the old lore piecemeal for when it's convenient in order to bolster their new narratives. And so as a result, I think they're doing quite a shitty job of doing it. So I'm just going to take the coolest aspects of the old lore, blend it into my analysis of the new content, and that's how I'm going to approach it. And if somebody goes, that's not canon, then I'm going to say, well, it's in my canon, so fuck you. And my unironically, I feel like my canon, what I think is true or real in the Star Wars universe versus what is actually in the Star Wars universe according to Disney, I feel like my understanding of the Star Wars universe is vastly superior to Disney's. I feel like Disney is constantly fucking it up. Anyways, got a few more super chats. Pin my Patreon. Yeah, if you guys want to support me, obviously like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got memberships, if you got them. I actually haven't been shilling as much recently, mostly because you guys have been so supportive. But I will say, if you're like, I don't have $5 a stream, or I don't have 10 or $20 a stream, but I do like Connor's content, and I do want to support him, then go to patreon.com and just put in $2, $5, $10 a month. And I'll tell you, it's not a lot of money. It's only like 50 to $100. It's not going to make or break me. But trust me, when there's times where the groceries are running a little low, I'll be like, oh shit, did I pull Patreon this month? And then I'll pull 50 to $100, and then boom, I got groceries for the week. So, and I don't have to like I don't have to skimp on my groceries because of Patreon. So, if you don't have $10 a stream or $5 a stream or $2 a stream or $20 a stream that you want to donate, but you still want to support the channel, Patreon's a good place to do it. Officer Nasty for 2 says Godspeed today, King. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to try to ignore the drama as much as possible. Groovy Harps' drama is a 10-piece chicken McNugget meal from McDonald's. It sounds great in the drive-thru, but by the 6th nugget, you know you're going to feel bad, and by the time you get the fries, it's an obligation to finish it. That is funny and true. Your distal bicep rupture got reattached yesterday. Fuck me. I'm sorry, Rob. I know you and I fucking beef in chat sometimes, but that sounds fucking gnarly. That sounds gnarly as shit. What was I thinking? I did so the girlfriend, still gonna call her my girlfriend for now. My girlfriend's mom is in surgery today, and I've been very passive for this past week. I basically haven't texted or called at all since Sunday. I'm trying to give her room to breathe, space to breathe, et cetera, et cetera. Her mom's in surgery, and I haven't heard from her. And obviously, like, I'm super anxious. Like, I want to be there. I want to support her. I want to give her a hug. You know, like I want to be a good boyfriend. But she's saying that that's not what she needs right now. So I'm also trying to be respectful of that insofar as I'm capable. But she's going through surgery, or her mom's going through surgery today. Her dad has surgery in early July, and his surgery is her mom's surgery is pretty serious. But she's not going to die. She's just having serious surgery on her eyes. And then her dad is having serious surgery next month that could result in his death. And so she's like, well, she's just trying to hold it together, you know? She's just trying to hold it together. And I'm trying to be supportive, but it's tough. It's tough. It's tough when you want to give somebody a hug. You know, you want to give somebody a hug. You want to talk to them. You want to rub their back. You want to tell them that it's all going to be okay. But then they're kind of like so overwhelmed that they can't even accept, you know, kind of like positive stuff because like they're so freaked out that they just like can't take any more stimulus. That's tough. But I am trying to be like very passive in the background, still supportive. That's the vibe. But that's been stressing me out. So what I did over the past 48 to 72 hours, this is the thing that's actually pissing me off about it's just a thumbnail. It's just a thumbnail and a title. You shouldn't get upset about thumbnails and titles because they're always going to be spicier than the content itself in order to get people to click in it. But one of my frustrations with it's like, this man has nothing to live for. What they're trying to do is they're trying to paint this picture of like, I'm divorced, so I'm just sitting in this house screaming on the internet and I'm not doing anything else. And that's not true at all. It's not true at all. I still have my kids half of the time. I still love my kids. I still love taking care of my kids. I'm still taking my kids places. We're still going to the YMCA. We're still swimming. We're still working out. We're still enjoying a Floridian summer. I have 2 dogs. They need to be walked relatively frequently. So I've been walking them frequently, partially as stress release. And then also, not only because I'm trying to work out, but also I'm trying to relieve some of this ambient stress of my relationship being in like a rocky place, but also she's going through a lot and I can't support her the way that I want to. I've been working out like a motherfucker. Like yesterday I did back and biceps. I did preacher curls. I did hammer curls. I did reverse curls. I did back stuff too. So I did the cable pulley back pull. I did lat pull downs. I did the lower back thing where you kind of go into like a chair assembly, but it basically has you like sitting or you're standing, but your hips are over like a lever point. So you can kind of like do almost like you can do crunches, but instead of doing crunches with your stomach, you're doing it with your lower back. I did crunches yesterday. I took the dogs on a walk. I walked for 30 minutes on a treadmill, and then I was still anxious. So I went on a walk. I went a walk around the lake. So like this whole thing of like, it's in their imagination. That's what frustrates me about that thumbnail where it's like, he's not doing it. No, I'm doing the right things. I'm eating vegetables. I'm getting sunlight. I'm working out. I'm being social with the people that I love. So, sorry. Just felt the need to defend my honor a little bit in that regard. Patriarch says, no, it's not funny or it's not fun. It's sad and cringe. Well, Patriarch, no offense. You don't sound that fun at parties. Real Serious says, it's so fucking cold today and I don't want to leave my bed. Well, don't. Send me your PayPal. Call into your work sick. I'll send you $5 back, and it'll be, half your monthly salary. Pouring one out for the boy, girl, whatever, Officer Nasty. All right, cool. Connor is going to love Clone Wars after season 3. True, probably. Andy says, dude, Baby Leia Home Alone shenanigans trained mercenaries is so deeply unserious. Yeah, I did not enjoy that, I'll tell you that. Connor, have you played Republic Commando? No, but I know that it's considered like peak. I know Republic Commando is considered peak. There's also a 3D fan animation of Republic Commandos getting briefed on a mission where they have to like go in and, rescue a senator. And then and they get told that there's like B1 assassin droids posing as clone troopers. And so the gunfight actually leaves much to be desired. Like the clones don't hit any of the Republic Commandos, despite being in like close quarters hallways where it would almost be impossible to not hit something. But what ends up happening is the Republic clone commandos, they end up clearing out the house. They kill all of what actually end up to be clone troopers. And then they get a call from Darth Sidious after they rescue the senator. And the senator's like, make it look like, make it look like he was killed in the hostage rescue. And then they execute the senator. And so while the gunfight leaves some things to be desired from a tactical perspective, the actual lore is kind of cool. The aesthetics are definitely pretty cool. So I'm excited to play Republic Commando, narrativize the cutscenes, break down that fan animation after I break down everything I just told you about. Doobie for 10 says the Leia chase scene should get everyone who worked on it grilled to death. True. I agree with you. I saw Big Bungie, who's a very funny and mean drama commentator, do a breakdown of the last episode of The Boys. And his thumbnail is like, kill yourself, but it's grill yourself. And I was like, how perfect for our community to try to avoid terms of service self-harm by telling people to grill themselves. Because not only does it sound like kill yourself, but we all have that fantastic movie that Doobie showed us where a man loads himself into a grill. So, if you're looking for a potentially non-terms of service way to tell somebody to grill themselves, then say grill yourself and see if the algorithm catches you. I like Jason Solo from the EU finding perfect balance in the Force. That's cool. That's cool. Just like real life ended up with the full-blown authoritarian communism in a small cell of evil fascists. Don't know what that's in reference to, but okay. Sorry, still scrolling, still just engaging with chat. Jace, help, someone stole the nuclear bomb. Interesting. My problem is every Sanderson book feels the same to me. Interesting. I like Silo on Apple TV, mostly for Rebecca Ferguson. Cool. We like a little bit of gooning. Polite but tactful gooning. I'm traumatized from Elotris, but it's so unfair to Sanderson. Interesting. Lol, I'm doing a fanfic. Basically, I'm just using my imagination and memory to make headcanon. True. True. Vastly. Keep the ego in check. Nope. Disney has fucked up their IP in ways that are so fucking cringe and gay that it beggars belief. There are a ton of things in the fucking Disneyverse that just make absolutely no fucking sense and are terrible. And whenever you check out like the written and directed, no offense to the female gender, but it's always women. The women do not know how to write military conflict, and it's fucking sad. Our boy used to eat sushi. Recently, he's been reduced to eating Taco Bell, and we have some how much that hurt him, so consider donating. True. Yeah. How much oil do I have to douse you with for a Dune stream at least an hour? I mean, realistically, we could just do a Dune stream at some point. You don't have to drop that much cash. But bear in mind, I'm working through the sci-fi. But sci-fi is going to go in chronological order as if it was Warhammer prehistory. That's my unified timeline shit. So, what am I going to do? So I'm going to get done with The Expanse. I'm going to move into all the Aliens and Predators shows that are like early exploration of the universe. Then I'm probably going to do Serenity and Firefly as kind of like a mid-colonization. Then I'm probably doing Halo. Then I'm probably doing Starship Troopers. Then I'm probably doing like, I don't know, another half dozen shows. And then Dune is the Butlerian Jihad is very clearly the war with the Men of Iron from the 40K timeline. So it's not whether or not Dune is a huge part of sci-fi or whether or not it should be a huge part of my channel. That's not the question. The question is, where does it fit in the timeline? And unfortunately, it's quite a way off. But that's the good thing about having the sci-fi channel, especially with the metrics bumping up the way that they did in the past week, is that there is almost endless sci-fi content. And even when I get to the end of my own unified timeline, which funnily enough is going to end in Mad Max and Fury Road, but once I get to Mad Max and Fury Road, I can probably go back and there's going to be like, in my opinion, non-canon sci-fi events that I would still be able to break down. And there's still going to be like little silly side adventures that maybe I didn't think were important, but I wanted to, whatever. I wanted to break down, but they didn't fit within my timeline. Old School says Food Chops thinks you're just sitting here screaming, but Food Chops is a piece of shit and a pedophile. So yeah. And not just that, she just nuked her own channel. So I don't know if it's Ico rules or if it's the 16-year-old that sexted Food Chops when they were 16. I just asked that question in DMs because there's somebody called Ico, and there's of course the leftist streamer who does hate Food Chops, who's called Ico. So I don't know if that's the same person, or the PFP kind of does remind me. The person is an adult now, so I don't have any problems communicating with them at all. But they just DM'd me and they're like, hey, somebody said that Food Chops like nuked their shit. And it looks like she did delete everything in her live section, probably for fear of mass reporting. So I'm not going to mass report her. I'm just going to say she is a pedophile. She is someone who has said that she has a primary sexual attraction to adolescent children, and she indulges in that via cartoons, and then she was sexually communicating in age plane with a minor. There's no way around that. There's no way around that. There's absolutely no way around the fact that Food Chops is a pedophile. It's just descriptively true. So, history ex-husband was wild work. Yeah, somebody called me that the other day. They said, how's the history ex-husband arc going? And I was like, that's not a bad descriptor. Patriarch says, I am fun at parties because unlike drama, parties are fun. Well, you're Ukrainian, so let's be real. It's probably just doing like straight shots of fucking vodka. Straight shots of fucking vodka, and then that like, I'm not trying to be racist to Ukrainians by saying the Russian dance, but you know that Russian dance where they do like full squats and they fucking like kick out their legs at almost impossible angles to maintain balance, but then they use their hands in coordination with their squats in order to dance. That shit is actually like physically if I did that, my spine would just explode. So Russians and or Eastern Europeans dressing like that, or dancing like that, excuse me, is pretty cool. Tagaroon says just dropping in to say hello, Randy. Well, hi, Tagaroon. I don't know, man. Godspeed. Hope the snarking stops soon. It'll settle. It'll settle. As we drift out of orbit, it'll settle. AK Batu Sai says, I'm sweating my balls off, prepping metal on top of a large rock. Nice. That's a cool vibe. Been a minute. How's it hanging? Shriveled into the left. Shriveled into the left. Let's go. Tagarung says, I'm a pray for you. I knocked up my wife and got a new job, so I've been off the crack. Have they added subs yet? I don't know what you're referencing in reference to subs, but congratulations on the kid and the new job. That's cool. That's cool to hear. Is 86 still a death threat? No, we've blown past that. That was always horse shit. Jeb Kush with the renewal. Get a baked potato. I do have potatoes. I got potatoes for myself. I'm slicing them into fries. So I'm literally cutting the potato into quarters. Then I'm slicing the fucking potatoes into strips. Then I'm putting olive oil on a baking sheet. Then I'm covering it in salt and pepper and garlic powder. Am I doing garlic powder? No, like Parmesan powder. And then I'm baking them. The only problem with potatoes is it's hard to know when they're done. I literally check 20 minutes later. It looks like nothing's happened. And then I check them at 40 minutes and they're almost burnt. So it feels like there's some... I need to dial in the time for cooking them at 350 because I still want some juice in there. I still want some moisture in there. So I want, yeah, but I'm basically making like a healthier version of French fries. So, hold on 1 second. Just need to check something. I'll have to check on that later. If you want a drama break, I can send you the musical we talked about watching yesterday. Was going to give you a break this week. I appreciate it. Maybe tomorrow. I don't think I can commit to it today, Doobie, but I can probably do it tomorrow. Andy says, just announced GTA 6 is $80 and Ultimate Edition is $100. Every game will now cost $80 from the studios. No, GTA 6. Dude, GTA 5 lasted a decade. Obviously, with GTA 6, the plan is to charge you $80, but the same way that GTA 5 was something that people are still playing with an active community right now, is that's why they're charging $80. I think video games will probably still stay around 60 for the most part. Real serious for 100 Argentinians says, honestly, let's just drop all the drama and only do sci-fi and fantasy Geopol. Am I right, guys? I mean, you can say that, but I'm still going to do drama. Well, I'm not going to do drama. I'm going to do debates. Like today, I do want to watch, like, Adam is truly, I was praying that as Trump became less popular, that I was going to be able to start covering Sitch and Adam again, because their politics are my politics. Sitch and Adam's politics are my politics. But what happened with it, like the kind of like vaguely liberal, vaguely conservatarian politics, Sitch and Adam and I probably have like almost identical politics. But what's happened is that political faction has been sucked into a false dichotomy of the left is worse than the right. Therefore, we have to consistently point out how crazy the left is. And whenever we call out the right, it has to be like either very tepid or we have to sweep for the right. And that's what bugs me a lot. That's what bugs me a lot is the sweeping for Trump. Joss Whedon stuff doesn't hold up great in my opinion. I don't agree at all. Sorry. Chat's kind of popping off a little bit, so it's hard for me to catch you guys today. Daggerung says, thanks, brother. Here I was thinking advanced radar was just the Russian line, lol, but anything that causes DD mains emotional damage is good. I don't know what that means, but cool. Silver says, if you wanted to have a drama break, then just stop talking to him. True. Good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen. I'm a wine and or cocktail enjoyer. Can't taste good alcohol? American History Ex-Husband is funny as fuck. Broken clock comedy. I don't even think that's a broken clock. I think it's funny. I love American History X. I think Edward Norton was at his physical peak. I think Edward Norton was at his physical peak for American History X. That whole, like, that curb stomping scene where he actually, unfortunately, probably murders a guy by breaking his spine against a concrete block. That was so vile and so violent and so gross. And yet, Edward Norton's physique in that scene is fucking crazy pants. It makes me want to do steroids and lift weights. Just got Yukon Gold, half or quarter of them, cover with oil. Ooh, okay. Get Yukon Gold, half or quarter of them, cover them with oil, bake it for 20 minutes at 425. Okay. Maybe I need to up the heat and reduce the time. That's interesting. Did you see the Hassan and DSA sweep in New York? Yeah, but it's like state reps, dude. No offense, but like New York state reps being communists is like the least surprising thing I've ever heard. $80 compared to N64 games costing $60 is amazing. Game systems barely inflate, and we're still bitches about it. True. Yes. Groovy Harp says this, and this is 100% correct. View video games through the minimum wage perspective. Work an hour for $10. If the game is $80 and you get more than 8 hours of worth of enjoyment, you came out ahead. I said that to somebody about Space Marine 2. Because somebody was saying, sorry, I need to sneeze. With Space Marine 2, I think the campaign was like 4 hours or 6 hours. Something like that. And then he was like, you know, it was $60. What a waste of time and money. You know, I only played the campaign and the campaign was good. But then I only played the multiplayer and the PvE for a little bit because it got so repetitive. And it's like, dude, you literally spent 30 hours, 40 hours playing a game. And if you divide $60 by 40, what is it? 60 divided by 40. You spent $1.50 an hour to be entertained. Okay? $1.50 an hour to be entertained. That is worth it. Shut the fuck up. Fucking bitching. People straight bitching. Rust is around 10 years old. I think I paid $20 or $40 for Rust. See? And you probably have like hundreds of hours in that. You are probably paying for Rust like 10 cents a fucking hour for hours entertained. So. Trill says, apparently he was upset there that he couldn't show off his physique in public because the ink from the fake Nazi tattoo wouldn't rub off. Have you ever made Hasselback potatoes or smashed potatoes and mashed? But smashed. No. Rob says, just saying Broken Clock comedy was just how bad most of the DG jokes have been. Watching the well poisoning is pretty fucking wild. Yeah, I've seen it happen to other people too. And I think the reason why we didn't care was because, like, Lab was such obviously a piece of shit. Mr. Girl was such obviously a fucking piece of shit, no offense. So, like, we didn't care when it was happening to Lav. We didn't care when it was happening to Mr. Girl because they obviously, like, you know, at least according to the community, they deserved it to a large degree. But when you're the target of it, obviously this happened after the Biden debate, so that wasn't very pleasant. But truth be told, the post-Biden debate drama kind of like let me know what that was like to have a community of a few thousand people dislike you. And so this one hasn't been surprising, like, at all. So, anyways, I want to, I know that I'm going to lose 5 or 10 viewers by doing this, but I kind of don't care. I kind of want to show you guys this anyways. The shoes, time to dance. The way that Doobie wanted to try to culture you, this song is probably going to be annoying to those of you who don't like serial killers, Jake Gyllenhaal, or dance music. If you don't like serial killers, Jake Gyllenhaal, or dance music, then probably the next 8 minutes are not going to be for you. So I recommend you go watch some fucking drama slop video for fucking 8 minutes and then come back. But I kind of want to show you guys this because this one, especially the end, when it hits like this like fucking crescendo, it just like, it gets in my fucking bones. It just gets in my bones. So I want to share it with you guys. Real Serious for 100 Argentinian says, while the inflation thing is true, game companies don't have to worry about retail nowadays. Plus, they can monetize on top. GTA 6 is going to make billions. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, but anyways, 5 to 10 people who don't like Jake Gyllenhaal being a serial killer or dance music, please leave, come back in 10 minutes. But I'm going to play this and get some water and be right back. Just a little prep. There's like a 2-minute song that's kind of off-putting in the beginning where Jake Gyllenhaal is going to serial kill a couple using a fencing sword. And that song is not the song that I want you to watch, or listen to, but it's interesting anyways. So let's go. I'm not going to run it back or anything. We're going to get into the content, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of my media literacy. Okay. So we start out with Jake Gyllenhaal, you know, smoking a cigarette, laced with coke, with some young couple doing drugs, you know, the party scene or whatever. Then he, you know, he goes on the treadmill. He tries to be normal, like he tries to hang out or whatever, but he like can't. He's just like an antisocial freak monster. And so as the tension kind of builds in his mind, it seems like, and if you also like look at his face, in some of these scenes, he's getting shaved and then he's going to like the club or whatever. But after he does a kill, he has a beard again. So it's like he's like reminiscing on his kills, trying to, you know, stave off the beast or the monster. Like, and then here's another kill, but he's like clean shaven. So clearly, temporally, he was like thinking about a previous kill. Is this just hipster American? It's not American Psycho. It's hipster Canadian Psycho. But yeah, it's something. And so he goes to the club. This is actually my favorite part, is I think her dancing kind of sucks. I'm not a fan of this like wavy whatever dance thing that she's doing. But, you know, she's still like, she doesn't give a shit. She doesn't care that is this like restrained, disciplined, fucking psychopath murderer. And yet what happens when he sees these two people being uninhibited? I didn't run this back. I'm not making you listen to it again. I'm breaking it down. That's different than running it back. I'm not making you listen to it again. But he sees these uninhibited people. And even though he's like an incredibly like stiff, withdrawn, like sociopathic fucking weirdo, where the only time that he can express himself actually is when he's like killing people, is he actually like starts kind of dancing like he dances the way that I dance. Like I want Doobie for 10 says the ending gives me the same vibes as the bathroom scene from Joker. Somehow the scene got deep into my bones. Sure. Jake, your line was, this gives me a lot of nostalgia for when I was fencing in high school. Thank you for letting me try it. I love those Ryan Reynolds videos. Play what? Beef Supreme, what are you talking about? Play this thing for dancing, Sugar by Francesco and Robin Schultz. I'll play it during a break, but I'm not playing it right now. I'll play it during like a midday break. But we are not DJing right now. We are going to be getting into content. Anyways. The video would have been better if Jake had danced flamboyantly throughout it instead of just being an incel. There's some split opinions on End of Watch. Will we get a Valor Reacts End of Watch? Yeah, probably. Nameless says End of Watch fucking sucked. I don't think it sucked. I thought the end was a little bit over the top. Like it's not every day that, or it's not even very frequent that patrolmen are getting into, you know, gunfights with AK-47s with their radios get shot out of their hands so they can't call for backup. Like that happens once a decade, you know, that not like once once a year, you know. But the other scenes, like responding to domestic violence, getting into fucking beefs with people on the street, that whole like hood respect thing between the gang and patrol, I think that's super rare. Like it does happen, but it's very rare. I felt like some of the lines there were kind of flat. But like overall, but the same thing, like the attitude of a patrolman of like, hey, I want to get into some shit, and then yanking the thread on something, and then you find something that you actually didn't want to find. Like it kind of sticks with you and fucks with you psychologically. That's very real. That's like super duper fucking real. So yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and watch Short Fat Otaku debate Sitch and Adam on their own violence. I think the reason why I didn't watch this earlier was because why can't I speak English? Hold on. Was because when I saw it, Dev basically walked back all the spicy shit he said in the debate where he's like, yeah, I got a little crazy. I felt like the other side was saying some crazy shit. I actually don't think that Republicans all need to die, blah, 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 blah. So he kind of walked it back, and I was like, okay, well, that's lame. That's not fun. And then Sitch and Adam weren't really attacking him over it. But then it got into this thing where, like, Adam was saying some of the dumbest shit I'd ever heard in my entire fucking life, which is unsurprising, but still. And it was so cringe that I actually, like, I couldn't listen to it on my own time. So let's go ahead and pull it up, do an intro. Dev left Ryan backlash stream. I think it was at 1 hour is when Dev jumps on.
We're at
yourself.
We're at the hour mark, and you don't sound super angry or anything. So
yeah, here we go. Okay. Officer Nasty says, peace, Kings. See you, buddy. Remember, being an Uber driver and a factory maintenance worker are both dangerous jobs than being a Leo. Yeah. But Nameless Henchman, this is what I think is so fucking gay, okay? As a law enforcement officer, I had someone murdered in front of me. I had an infant die on me. I had animal abuse cases. I was bitten by a fucking dog and had to be quarantined for like fucking tetanus and all that bullshit. What's another one? I had to fist fight people. I had to routinely, like I had to like wrestle people and put them in cuffs, and I had to have them cuss me out and say that they were gonna like murder me and murder my family. You know, like all of that shit is, you know, perhaps not cumulatively as statistically dangerous as a fucking delivery driver or whatever the fuck. But what was the other one? Like an Amazon worker. So with, okay, here's 24 hours. Fuck you. Boo hoo cope. Fuck yourself. Here's 24 hours, you fucking faggot. Sorry for the random F slur. Nameless Henchman. We've been over this like a dozen times. If you want to be funny, if you want to be, you know, a part of the community or whatever, I don't have any fucking problems with you being here. But if you're going to be like an antisocial fucking freak, I'm going to ban you routinely. And eventually you're going to piss me off so bad that you're going to get a fucking perma. We've done this like half a dozen times. So whatever your fucking like antisocial freak shit is, where you can't like, I don't know, not be fucking normal, fuck you. Okay? Seriously, that is like, you're on thin ice. The next time you pull that shit like that, I'm not promising you 24 hours. You might get a fucking perma. Okay? Literally talking about people getting fucking murdered and you're like, boo-hoo, fuck you, you fucking loser. So anyways, the point is that with the delivery driver, you're not going to deal with all that shit. What the F slurs? My bad. I thought I was live on Counterpoints Politics. Anyways, so as a delivery driver, that's not what's going to kill you. It's not going to be random murders. It's not going to be a stabbing. Although delivery drivers do sometimes get robbed and shot. What it's probably going to be is, since you spend all of your time on the road, there are 3 ways that human beings die. Okay? Number one is like heart attack or cardiovascular issue. Number 2 is cancer. Those are the 2 ways that most people die. The third way is accidents, specifically automobile accidents, are a huge part of the way that human beings die. I think it's more in the United States. I think it's more than 500,000 die from heart disease, 500,000 die from cancer, and then I think accidents are the next leading cause of death, which is like 100,000 or 200,000 people every year die from like accidents or car accidents specifically. So to say, oh, delivery drivers are more statistically dangerous than being a cop. Yeah, sure. I actually agree with you on the whole that being a driver is more likely to result in your injury or death than being a cop. But if you're not going to add in the nuance of the psychological shit, then you can fuck off. Like straight up nameless henchman. I'm telling you right now, if you're watching through a fucking block, you can fuck right off from my community. You can leave and I will not miss you. Do you understand? Okay. Now that we've set that up, and nameless henchman has his 24 hours. Officer Nasty says, I'll still stop by and donate every now and then, but I managed to catch a stream, but I always got my notifications from Discord. What? Did you perma? Did Felrunner, did you perma Officer Nasty? What happened? Anyways, let's start the content. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today, I got Short Fat Otaku, a liberal, progressive. But he kind of leans a little bit more conservatarian sometimes. He has a few conservatarian takes every now and then, like border security, I think I've heard him mention. And he got into a debate with Sitch and Adam. Sitch and Adam are the why I left the left liberal anti-social justice warriors from like a decade ago. And I would have said maybe 5 years ago that they didn't lose their mind. But then Adam Friended has done this thing where he just got so into the like, this is why the left's bad, therefore the right wing is not as bad mentality, that he always has to do like whataboutism argumentation. And he always has to minimize any crazy shit that the right wing does, which has driven me and some other people crazy. So they're going to be debating because Short Fat Otaku like crashed out a little bit on his debate with Ryan Mullally and basically said that the United States is in a proto-fascist time period where armed conflict is next. And then he said that effectively that armed conflict would be justified at this point based off of the behavior of the conservatives. And then Ryan Mullally pushed him on it and it got a little Fed posty. And now Sitch and Adam are watching that and giving Dev some pushback. Let's take it from there. Officer Nasty for 5 says, Inshallah, grill to the king. May your health stay fair and your hair grow longer. Godspeed in the wild, wild west and watch your back. Appreciate you. Thank you for the donation, King. Let's go.
Is that
I was extremely angry at that.
Oh, okay. What do you remember? What did he say that set this all off?
It's the same kind of feeling as talking to a used car salesman, where like he's blatantly lying to your face, and you know he's lying, and he knows that you know that he's lying
about
but
what
he's still going to do it.
Yeah,
well,
I
can in fact bring up some pretty good examples if you want. But first, let me just lay this out, okay? So like I got to a point where like there was a moment where I think I said to Wick, like, I don't want to get your channel taken down, right? And that was like the clippable moment. Did you guys come across that?
Yes, we did see that.
Yeah. So later in the debate, I was like, you know what? I need to walk this back. I was definitely too angry at this point. So I did walk it back in the very same debate. Of course, that part never goes viral. You know, the walk back never goes viral. It's always the most extreme comment that goes viral. I understand why. That's the game that people play. Since I'm here with you right now, and I'm quite calm, in fact, I will tell you my actual position. Okay.
I'm ready.
So, it's my belief that because of the Republican gerrymandering, where they've managed to gain 15 seats in total. They gained 20, and then California gained 5 back. Because of the like extreme partisan Republican gerrymandering, it is actually conceivable that what is currently lined up to be a huge blue wave might actually end up with the Republicans keeping control of the House. It's not off the table. I still think it's a very slim chance because everyone hates the Republicans. Even like hardcore sections of MAGA hate the Republicans, right? But if it is if America is at the point where the Republicans just hold on to power despite incredible unpopularity because they've been fucking with the system that much, I think that you guys have crossed a line where democratic solutions are no longer viable.
I'm sorry. Say that last 2 sentences again.
Okay. I think that
Mhm.
if democracy no longer serves to remove the Republicans from power when they are at historic levels of unpopularity because the Republicans have fucked with the system that much, then democratic solutions are no longer viable.
So like if we look
Okay. I have an infinitely more extreme pro-democratic take than Dev here, which is actually really weird. So, gerrymandering, we've gone over before, which is effectively like the unfair division of districts. And it is arguably not illegal. Like, it's definitely unethical as shit, but it's arguably not illegal. And it kind of depends on the state Supreme Courts and the Supreme Court of the United States making decisions about how gerrymandering works in their respective states and whether or not it makes it to the Supreme Court. But here's like a map of, let's say, any random American city. And let's say that this was like a fair map where effectively like Hispanics and whites tend to vote conservative and the brown blocks are, this is actually how Orlando is set up, by the way. It's a little bit of like an oversimplification, but the I-4 corridor and train tracks in the video is quiet compared to you. Oh, I turned it down for the music. Let me turn it back up. So, thank you, Alley Cat. Appreciate you. So the point is that this is actually how Orlando is set up. The I-4 corridor and the train tracks that run north-south in Orlando are actually the divisions where black people were, segregated across the train tracks, literally. And I don't remember the segregationist history of Florida, but obviously that hasn't been like the law of the land since the 1960s. Black people have been allowed to move wherever they wanted to since the 1960s, but the black population in East Orlando is still like sparse and in between, like little pockets, but it's not as big as the black population of West Orlando. So in a fairer system where blacks and Hispanics who largely vote Democrat would, get representation along with the representation of whites, then you might divide up the city into, well, the black enclave here, a Hispanic enclave here, the black enclave here, the Hispanic enclaves here. They are going to make this district majority Democrat. Therefore, they still have representation at the state and congressional level. So, and then also the whites and the Hispanics are also, they get their representation. This would be like a fair map that would not be considered gerrymandered. But what people have done is that with the Republicans is that if they want to gerrymander a district where they want to basically deny Democrats state level votes, then they will split the black community into little fractions, because oftentimes the black community is what pushes the Democratic ticket over the top. So they split the black community into factions within maps. That way the whites and the Hispanics within that district are overwhelming the black minority, and therefore they can't push the Democratic ticket over the top. Now, to be clear, Democrats have also gerrymandered in some states where they will draw, the Republicans have as well, but they will also draw crazy fucking maps in order to kind of like get black and Hispanic communities that are disproportionately Democratic to kind of like unify together into various districts. And then that's how they increase the Democratic representation within their gerrymandered maps. So anyways, the point of this is that Dev is saying, oh, well, you know, like if the Republicans are able to do this with impunity, where they're able to break up black enclaves. Yeah, this isn't the entire state of Florida. This is Orlando specifically, where they're allowed to break up Democratic enclaves into, you know, where black and Hispanic folk don't get the chance to actually vote for state representation. Then that's not only is that fucked up, that's actually like fucking up the entire system. Now, the truth is that the Democrats have counter gerrymandered, but Dev is saying even with counter gerrymandering efforts by the Democrats, the Republicans are still going to come out 10 or 15 seats ahead. Well, I'm going to appeal to something that Liberal Sanity Project told me several years ago. You know how the Democrats could win? By appealing to the voters. That's how they could win. You know how the Republicans could win? By appealing to the voters. So if you find yourself in a gerrymandered district where you either have overwhelming Democratic representation or overwhelming Republican representation, you know what you could do? You could talk to your constituency regardless of political party and then try to represent their interests. I know that's like a wild fucking take. So, you know, if the Republicans, let's say that this is the ideal gerrymandered map. If the Republicans gerrymander and black folk are disproportionately screwed over in the voting booth at the Congress or at the House of Representatives level and the state level, and then let's say that in some Democratic states, the Republicans are screwed out of seats, I don't think that the Republicans in this scenario should seize firearms and start killing their neighbors, nor do I think that the black folk here should seize firearms and start killing their neighbors. Which, weirdly enough, is kind of what Dev is saying. He's saying, if gerrymandering goes so far, then it's basically Civil War time. And I think that is like fucking silly goose. I think he's been listening to too many streams of Live and Learn. I think he's been listening to Soy Pill or Destiny too much. You know, no. Gerrymandering doesn't give you the moral right to go shoot your fucking neighbors.
Look at national polls, and national polls say, you know, the Republican Party's popularity is 40%, and yet they control the majority of Congress. Or is it got to be more extreme than that? It's like if they're only like 10% popularity.
So it's more like this. It's more like we have the data on what positions have been gerrymandered. Or sorry, what districts. We have the voting history in those locations, and we know how they're going to shift. So if we, after the midterms, if we look back and we see that, the Republicans won the House, but if we look at how people actually voted and then we use those votes and see how it would have played out had they not gerrymandered, if Democrats would have won the House, then at that point, I think it is political violence time.
I don't agree. Like, if this was like a continual pattern, so it's like for the next, 2, 3, 4 House elections every 2 years, the Democrats overwhelmingly just keep getting the majority of votes in every state, and overwhelmingly they can never get into power, right? And no one's doing anything about it through the normal political process, right? Democrats can't win any local elections or something. Then maybe I'd be a little bit more inclined, like, okay, something crazy is going to happen. But I don't think it happening once. I can almost guarantee you, I don't know the facts, like the numbers here, but I can almost guarantee you that there's been many times in American history already where, and I'm sure it even happens every election, where the party that wins the majority vote in a state or something will still not get the majority seats because of gerrymandering. Like, I think that's just been part of American politics for like hundreds of years.
I mean, sure, yes, but and this is, I was also curious about this, so I did a deep dive video into the history of gerrymandering in the United States, and I went back, I looked at all the examples, I figured it all out, I have all the data in the video. The Republicans basically started it, and the Republicans have been Who
started it?
The Republicans did, for fuck's sake. The Republicans started
Adam's
the gerrymandering
law right
war.
there.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but When the
Every
Republicans
every
started, they were the
argument is a game
Democrats,
of who started it.
right?
Well, okay, okay. You know what? I actually don't like playing the game of who started it, but whenever you talk to right wingers, they always do this. But the Democrats did it first. But the Democrats did it first. They constantly spew that shit out. So you actually have to play that game. You
It
actually have to show
sucks.
them,
Yeah.
no, the Republicans started this. And you know what? I've now done 5 or 6 videos on various elements of right wing corruption during Trump's second term, and
Mhm.
in each one of them, the Republicans started it. Like
So
they
there wasn't gerrymandering. The Whigs weren't gerrymandering before the Republican Party even existed,
not to this level, no.
but they were to some level. You're saying, right?
Okay.
How did
Okay,
the Republicans
the
invent it if the
concept-
Whigs were doing
So
it?
so listen. The concept of gerrymandering
How
that
are
has
Democrats
existed
morally
since before
superior
the
if Republicans
wait.
freed the slaves, Dev? Come on.
Oh my God, let's not go back 150 years on that shit, please. Thank
We're
you very
playing the
much.
who started it game, though.
Didn't the gerrymandering start like 150 years ago, or was it recent?
No, there was a recent revival of the practice, like
Mhm.
around the Nixon era,
Okay.
and no, that was basically the Republicans starting it, and
No
the
one's
ultimate
going to
issue.
civil war though over gerrymandering.
Well,
People are
All right, this is where I can actually back Adam up a little bit. No one, in my opinion, most people don't even know about this topic, right? Think about going and talking to your average gas station coworker, or like literally, like, no offense to gas station clerks, but I do think gas station clerks are probably the most normie working class people that I can think of. People who work at gas stations for $8 an hour are probably the most working class folk that I can think of that are common in every community. Think about going and talking to a gas station attendant about gerrymandering, and you'll probably get them to go, yeah, that's bad. But you're not going to get them to be like, I'm going to go get my gun and start shooting people over this. That's not going to happen. Same thing with, I don't know what else. Think of, like, you're at a house party with a bunch of, like, associate's degree having nurses. And no offense to nurses. Like, I like nurses a lot. I think they're, great people. I think they're the backbone of our community in a lot of ways. I think medical personnel are the backbones of a lot of communities. So this isn't like they're salt of the earth. I'm not trying to criticize them as human beings. But imagine trying to get, like, a nurse with an associate's degree to give a shit about gerrymandering. Once again, you might get her to say, yeah, that's pretty bad. But you're not going to get her to pick up a gun and go shoot her fucking neighbors over it. You know what I'm saying?
going to get upset about it, and something is going to ultimately have to be done.
Let me answer, Adam, please. Okay, so
I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Here's another part of this, right?
Answer
a lot
already.
of people, a lot of people are saying that, like, this is Dev. He's bloodthirsty. He wants to see a civil war. I don't actually want this.
Okay.
I think civil wars are absolutely terrible, but I am saying it becomes morally justified when democracy no longer functions to remove a tyrant from power. That doesn't mean that it's good. Like, you have to do it does not mean that it's good that you have to do it. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, didn't we have elections during the actual Civil War? Like, wasn't democracy still functioning?
You might have. Yes, I actually don't know.
Yeah, I believe we were. We're not going to go to civil war over gerrymandering, though.
Yeah.
Well, again, like, I don't think you will either, but I'm saying it becomes morally justified.
Well, if it was something like, let's just say hypothetically, there's like historic gerrymandering, the majority of states overwhelmingly would vote for Democrat, but because gerrymandering, Republicans still control the House and Senate. Well, I guess gerrymandering wouldn't affect the Senate, but control the House, and then they use that power to start, throwing Democrat politicians in jail, right? Preventing Democrats from running elections. Like, I feel like it's like you would have to use gerrymandering. It'd have to be some sort of like continual part of the process. And then they'd have to be using that power and abusing it in some sort of like very overt way for you to start to get people on board, or for you even to advocate for some sort of violent change. Like, I agree with Adam. I don't think just saying like gerrymandering is like, okay, well.
Well, I mean, we are also dipping our toes into that possibility as well. I mean, wasn't it just announced today that Trump has begun an extensive investigation into Gavin Newsom for literally nothing?
It's not for nothing. And it wasn't Trump. Some whistleblower came forward and said something about Gavin's wife. So some whistleblower went to the Justice Department. So Trump wasn't even involved in that. Obviously, Gavin has framed it as Trump is coming after him because he wants to get in front of the story. But who knows what the whistleblower said.
Right. But at the same time, this is still a step down that path, right?
This doesn't really have anything to do with gerrymandering. In California,
okay.
I think 40% of Californians are registered Republicans, and we're down to 5 Republican seats out of the 20-something seats that California has.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of those Republicans in California are going to get pissed if things don't change. You think all those Republicans want to be represented by Democrats? I don't think so. So I think the political process is going to, the political process is going to play out. I think gerrymandering is something that we can't really avoid. And I think it's fair to gerrymander to an extent so that you get equal representation by voter registration. So if you have an area, like if the state is 40% Republican and 60% Democrat, it should be apportioned so the representation is 40% Republican and 40% Democrat. Obviously, the parties don't want to do that because they want to have no Democrats and still have all the representation. So
here's another thing that I discovered when I did my deep dive into gerrymandering. The Democrats were actually willing to do just that. They were willing to outlaw gerrymandering, roll all of it back across all the states, and then implement like a bipartisan process to mathematically proportion things out. It's the Republicans that said no. The Democrats tried it twice. The Republicans said no both times. So like, I don't know what more you want the Democrats to do here. I agree with you that like gerrymandering is bad. Those 40% Republicans in California should be properly represented, but it's the Republicans who don't want to give it up.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know how to deal with that.
Well, I think the Republicans
destroy them.
I think the Republicans, except for California and some blue states, historically have probably been a lot more effective at using gerrymandering. So that's probably why they don't want to get rid of it. But
well, you're pitting the Republicans in California against the Republicans in other states where they have a gerrymandering advantage.
That's exactly.
Obviously, the Republicans in California are going, put down your guns. We're getting screwed over here.
Right. But going back to your example, like Dev, like I assume you wouldn't think that because in like one of the few states where the gerrymandering is like hyper in favor of the Democrats, like California, like that wouldn't, if 40% of the California voters are Republican and yet they could only get a quarter of the representatives. Okay. So they're getting screwed. I don't think they should turn to violence at that point.
But we're justified according to Dev's system. So.
Right. I mean, you wouldn't agree that would be, you don't think it'd be justified for Republicans in California to like start, taking over government buildings and shit.
Well, that's on the national level politics, right? And also the Californian government is not acting nearly as tyrannical as Trump says.
What? Oh my God.
Yes.
So, but
of course.
But okay. So just to be clear, whether, Adam agrees with that idea or not.
I completely disagree.
I know, but I'm just saying,
but
that's what I was saying. I think the criteria shouldn't just be like, well, they're gerrymandering. It's like, okay, they're gerrymandering continuously in a way that literally makes it impossible for them to lose power. And then what are they doing with that power?
Constantly raising our taxes and giving it all to these NGOs that ballot harvest like crazy so that they can stay in power and keep raping us for taxes.
And
you're right, Deb.
Okay. This is where I'm going to get a little annoyed. California. Well, hold on. We should talk about ballot harvesting real quick. I'm not sweeping for the idea of ballot harvesting. And ballot harvesting, this is what I understand it to be, is that some douchebag goes to a nursing home and says, hey, we have a whole bunch of ballots. We're going to help you fill them out because we're allowed to, maybe by law, even if it's unethical. And then we're going to, shove them in the mail and, we're going to have you sign it and all that kind of stuff. Now, the accusation is that during ballot harvesting, while you're helping old people fill out their ballots, that the ballot worker if they're not prohibited by law, they are going to be telling people, particularly immigrants, how to fill out the ballot, because the ballots are primarily going to be in English and Spanish. And they're going to slant Democrat because they're NGOs or non-governmental organizations that are reliant on the state for funding or reliant on charity for funding. So they're going to say, vote Democrat, like, you know, click the box here, click the box here, click the box here, which is unethical because obviously within a democracy, the people who are voting should be making relatively informed decisions about said democracy. And if they cannot make informed decisions about how they're going to vote, they probably shouldn't be fucking voting. And there are some states that actually prohibit legally ballot harvesting. And they consider like ballot harvesting like volunteers going out, collecting the ballots, helping people, you know, fill them out and, you know, turn them in. Now that's kind of my perspective is that like, if you don't know how to fill out a ballot by yourself, you probably shouldn't be voting at all, right? Now, the liberal or progressive argumentation is that oftentimes the people that are targeted by quote unquote ballot harvesters, people in nursing homes, immigrant communities, et cetera, are the people who need democratic representation the most. They're the people who, like, if you cut Medicare, then those old people are going to die. If you cut Medicaid or you cut, you know, naturalization services and all that kind of stuff, that's going to disproportionately affect immigrant communities. So that's I don't find that argument from the Democrats compelling to me on a personal level, but I understand that that's oftentimes their argumentation. Now, this is where I'm going to get in with Adam because he lives in LA. If you don't want to spend LA prices, get the fuck out of LA. You know, that's just like my advice. You know, it's kind of like me going to New York City and trying to vote for a fucking ANCAP. You know, the chances of that happening, of reducing taxes in California, of reducing the nanny state of California, is snowball's chance in hell. So, I mean, I kind of feel like you're just fucking pissing in the wind at that point. Just being real. If you want to have lower taxes, if you want to live in a community that has lower taxes, but as a result has less social services, move to Florida. We fucking hate poor people here. Oh my God. We hate the homeless. Well, I brought this up before. We started giving the homeless people monthly antipsychotic shots for free because we figured out it was cheaper than letting them clog up jails, prisons, and hospitals. So any humanitarian thing that the state of Florida does, it doesn't do out of like humanitarian motivation. It does out of consequentialist calculus. So, you know, come to Florida. We feed our homeless people to alligators. Literally, we feed our homeless people to living dinosaurs. You would think it was fucking awesome.
We do need violence.
Based. Okay, no. An important component of it is, yes, what are they actually doing? And yeah, like Trump's government has been tyrannical in a way that hasn't been seen in my lifetime on either side of the aisle. Like that's just
in terms
true.
of
Notice how he doesn't want to talk
justifying-
about Democrats in California. It always shifts back to Trump.
Well, do you want to talk about Democrats in
He doesn't
California?
want to talk about Nithya Raman and her
We can
ballot
talk about it
harvesters.
if you want, Adam.
Well,
What do you want to talk about?
I was just I did doesn't have a lot of time, and I was trying to like
Yeah, no, go ahead.
understand
Continue.
the argument.
California is still 40% Republican. They want to fight for the state. Good fucking luck, but you're going to keep getting raped. Move to Florida. We feed our homeless people to alligators.
Here. So what is like the things that the Trump administration is doing that you're like, okay, or is the Trump administration doing anything right now that you feel is makes a non-voting process solution morally acceptable, or
Are
are
you
they
trying to
not
like
at that,
avoid YouTube's wrath?
are
here?
they not at that point yet?
Are you trying to avoid YouTube's wrath here? Yeah. So like,
No, I'm just trying to say it in a funny way.
oh, okay. But okay, so like I'm just gonna scroll through my recent research because I've now done a mini series, like 5 or 6 videos, just like deep diving one element of Trump's corruption. And so, for example, I ran the numbers on just on how much money Trump has corruptly brought to himself
Hmm.
using the office of the president in the second only in the second term, and it is more than the combined net worth of the Pelosi's, the Clintons, the Obamas, and the Bidens by an order of magnitude. Like
Right.
it is a level of financial corruption that is so far beyond anything else America has seen. Like that is already completely disqualifying. If it were
And
like,
his
if it were Obama doing this, it'd be like career ending.
Sure. But I think, but the first part, I guess, is like, I think you could look at the amount of financial corruption that Trump has engaged in, his family's engaged in. And obviously, I mean, it seems insanely hypocritical because, we heard for, years and years and years about Hunter Biden and Burisma and all this other shit. Right. And then, his children and Trump are making, $1 billion or $2 billion or whatever, astronomically more than whatever Hunter Biden supposedly made from Burisma. Right. And it also does seem to be affecting government policy.
I always quote $11 million, but the truth is the $11 million that Hunter Biden accumulated over the course of a decade was also distributed between his legal partners. So when I say $11 million, that's because you can, that was the reported number that Hunter Biden brought in from like allegedly corrupt energy companies in Ukraine and China. But the truth is that the $11 million does not represent an exact transfer of $11 million into the Biden family because Hunter Biden also had to divide that money up amongst his partners at his firm. So realistically, you might be looking at 5 million or 6 million. Now, I still think it's fucked up because basically, in my opinion, Hunter Biden unethically used his family name in order to court foreign corrupt energy companies to donate to him as a consultant, resulting in hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars being put into his family. And the deliverable service was some vague notions about lobbying on their behalf in Washington, D.C. But to my knowledge, the only illegal things that have been proven is the tax fraud, where he said, oh yeah, I made $300,000 this year, and he paid taxes on $300,000, but realistically he made $600,000 and he didn't pay taxes on $300,000. That is what I know or think has been proven by the IRS, what he was charged for prior to him getting pardoned, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So while I have my ethical criticisms of Hunter Biden, realistically, the State Department doesn't have the same legal, or like they might have the same ethical concerns, but they've only prosecuted like tax fraud. That's all they prosecuted him for. They never went after him for FARA violations. They never went after him for like unethically using the office of the president in order to get money. Whereas the Trump administration has basically suspended intentionally. They announced it. They suspended the enforcement of FARA, and then the entire Trump family has gone on a crypto and foreign investment corruption spree, resulting in $3 billion with a B dollars increase in their family's net worth. So, like, I'm over here sweating fucking Hunter for maybe $5 million over the course of a decade. Meanwhile, the second Trump term has gotten $3 billion with a B. I don't even know. Like, it might truly be a ludicrous amount factored in. Like what is it? The 3,000 million billion divided by, let's just say 11 million. Let's just round up for the sake of fun. Hunter Biden's alleged corruption goes into the Trump family's corruption 272 times. I'm going to say that again just because I really want you to, like, psychologically process that. Hunter Biden's alleged corruption is 1/272nd the amount of corruption that the fucking Trump administration has done. So Jim Jordan and all those F-slurs that did, like, the Biden crime family investigations for like a decade, them not saying a peep about this just tells me they are the most spineless, gelatinous, principleless hacks in Congress. Do you think that the Trump family should be investigated after Trump leaves office? 100%. 100%. Like, yes, FARA, if it has the capacity to be enforced, FARA should be enforced in reference to the Trump administration. If what's the other one? If there's any tax evasion, the IRS should go through every single one of those transactions with a fine-tooth comb. So, yes, the IRS should review those transactions aggressively, looking for fraudulent tax returns. And the fucking, whoever administers FARA should 100% enforce FARA regulations. Absolutely. First T News says, okay, I'm back from sampling a little bit of the liberal versus seethe over the Mamdani endorsement wins. Yeah, sad. Sad. If you want the liberal left-wing civil war, you're probably going to have to go to other creators. I'll still check in on if there's like a spicy lib and learn panel where like Soy Pill's like, fuck you, Democratic socialists winning down ballot in state, New York City races is based. And if you don't like democratic socialism, fuck you. And then Hutch is like, I can't believe that you're siding with these. I can't believe you're siding with these fascist socialist pieces of shit. And then they scream at each other for an hour. Maybe I would watch that. That might be entertaining. Connor, it was never about the value principle or the money. Well, yeah, I agree with you that Jim Jordan and his band of merry douchebags probably did not care about the principle. I care about the principle. I don't think American democracy should be for sale to foreign interests without scrutiny from the American government. And if you, how do I phrase this? If you take hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars from foreign interests and you enrich your family in that way, I think you should have to abide by FARA and you should have to pay your taxes. 100%. Like, I will, the way that Hassan Piker stands 10 toes down with the Red Sea crisis is the way that I stand 10 toes down with FARA and tax laws being enforced in reference to family members of our representatives catering to foreign economic and political interests. So, you made Hutch sound like Heath Ledger's Joker. He's not that cool. True. Yep. Oh, and the pardon thing. Yeah, 100%. If there is any way to prove that like pardons were sold in a criminal way, I don't know. I think like unfortunately the pardon power of the president is kind of like it's a one sentence statement in the Constitution of the United States. So I don't know how much legal or congressional scrutiny can be done in reference to selling pardons. But if there is any statute that was violated in reference to selling the pardons, that should 100% be enforced. So, Grassroots says, I'm torn. I don't like corruption, but I do love tax fraud. Spoken like a true libertarian. Anyways, moving.
A lot more than kind of the conspiracy theories that I think are completely unfounded about firing Shokin and all that other stuff. But to me, these would all be arguments to justify advocating for an impeachment or advocating to call Trump corrupt. It wouldn't be like that. Wouldn't be an argument in favor of advocating for violence.
Sure. No, on its own, of course not. No, but that is one brick you can lay into the wall that we must build now, the
Mhm.
wall of Trump's corruption. Another one is Trump's incredible attacks on free speech in the United States. The fact that he's gone after people who make jokes about him. The fact that the whole seditious six thing, where you had those six military guys who were like, yeah, soldiers shouldn't follow illegal orders, and Trump tried to sue those people or charge those people. Completely fucking ridiculous. Trump going after law firms who worked against him on the January 6th stuff. Like the amount of lawfare coming out of Trump's administration is so much worse than any other presidency. I know people talk about, oh, the Biden lawfare. It's worse under Trump. Trump's is worse than Obama's. It's worse than Bush's. Trump is a unique evil in this regard, with wielding the powers of the state against his political opponents.
Mhm. So to be clear, are you saying that you think, are we at a point where you think non-governmental voting process solutions are morally acceptable?
Like
Or
right,
not?
right this very second,
Yeah,
right
like
now.
right this second.
No, no.
Okay. So what would it take?
Oh,
to
and
get
also
there?
just real quick, another part that people have been saying about me is like Dev wants all Republicans to die, or
Mhm.
all Republicans to get shot, and the answer to that is no, no, I actually don't. Again, I was angry and spicy during the debate. I understand why people think that, and so for those of you who were like legitimately pissed at me, I'm sorry about that. I obviously went too far. But for me, I do
Well, hold on.
think
Let's
that, like,
focus on that for a
oh,
second, because I
okay,
think
sure,
that
sure,
is
go ahead, go ahead.
that is probably what got everyone the most triggered.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
and that's the part that we were kind of listening to, because it was unclear to us. We got the part where you specified, I think, like 15 minutes later, but it was unclear when you were saying that like Republicans need to be wiped out. I think was the phrase you used. Like, first of all, what does wiped out mean? And then also, are you talking about voters or are you talking about politicians?
I am absolutely not talking about voters. No, no.
Okay.
My actual view of this is that hopefully Democrats hold power in 2026. Hopefully they hold it in 2028. And then the DOJ needs to be completely unshackled, unleashed. Every single person who worked in or with Trump's administration needs to be investigated. And to the maximum extent of the law, they need to be prosecuted. That's what has to happen.
Ooh, I want to see Adam's response to this threat of lawfare, but my dog is barking and I need to let her back in. So I'm with Dev 100%. And I hate to say this, but this is part of the reason why, I am currently being threatened by an unnamed community for law enforcement and child protective services to be called on me in order to mess with my custody of my kids and mess with my freedom. And also my freedom to make money. The perpetrator shall remain unnamed. But the reason why I'm not worried about it is because I'm not a fucking asshole. Okay? When it comes to terms of service violations, yeah, I violate terms of service sometimes. But I think I'll be able to contest a substantial amount of whatever strikes or warnings I get, and I'm going to win a majority of them. Not only that, when it comes to copyright, I'm very comfortable fighting out on copyright. So, fighting on copyright, let's fight. Let's go to fucking court. I fucking love copyright. Let's talk about fair use, Then, when it comes to law enforcement or CPS, I fucking, dude, probably the greatest crime that I have committed within the most recent, I don't know, year to 2 years of my life, maybe decade, is I did not come to, like, I thought about this the other day. I went through a red light where I caught a ticket previously and I didn't come to a full and complete stop. And I am worried that I'm going to get a red light ticket for not coming to a full and complete stop. That's about like the most like egregious criminal action that I've done recently. So go for it, you fucking douchebags, And then same thing with CPS. Go fuck yourself. I have a clean house. I feed my kids. I take care of them. I love them. I don't abuse them physically, emotionally, spiritually. Fucking have at it, you fucking dipshits. So that's where I'm not fucking worried. And I do think that Trump administration officials who are knowingly violating FARA and tax regulations should be worried. They should be worried about what a Democratic administration does. They should be worried about an aggressive Department of Justice looking into their finances. They should be worried that if they don't get a federal pardon, the Democrats might actually look at, oh shit, you sold this policy consideration to a foreign entity for pecuniary benefit in violation of this FARA law and in violation of this tax law. And they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Weirdly enough, Republicans used to believe in this thing called rule of law. They used to believe that enforcing the law as written across the board without bias was a good thing. So, kind of a crazy hot take right there. Adonic Signal for 5 says, Connor, we all know your greatest recent crime was saying, ew, when we brought up aged beef. It's true. It's true. I need to check out aged beef. It scares me. It freaks me out. It makes me I kind of have this anticipatory gag reflex in reference to aged beef. But, it could be good. I could try it and maybe I would love it. I don't know. Maybe it'd be like my new sushi. But anyways, I need to click play. I need to go grab my dog. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And then
So
hopefully that process will be so effective that MAGA will be completely raped and destroyed. And then the Republicans are out of power for a generation while they try to rebuild and realize they can't pull the shit they've been pulling for the past 10 years.
So if in 2028, say we get a Democrat supermajority and they do all this, they do all the investigations and they find out that
Soft on crime, totally open border. I'm just Dev. What the fuck?
well, before we get into
How's that going to be morally superior though? We should just have a flood
Adam,
of illegal
Adam,
immigrants.
real quick. I'm going to lay it out for you, okay? All of my criticisms all the criticisms that I made of Democrats over the years, they're all still valid.
Yeah, but you're going to give them power. They're going to do the same exact thing. And you're like, oh my God, they'll have power for a generation.
Republicans are worse. Because the Republicans are worse. Yes. Like here. If you tell me you can have Trump tyranny and MAGA raping the country for a generation,
or we can have unchecked crime in the streets,
or you can
violent crime overrunning every single American city. You're like, oh, I'll take the violent crime.
Or you can have the craziest, most progressive bullshit. I'll take the progressive bullshit. I will take that over the Trump tyranny. Yes.
I think the problem is
violent crime comes to your city.
I think the problem is, when I hear a lot of people on the right, or I should say a lot of Trump supporters or MAGA supporters talk about this, I feel like I've heard directly from some of them will make the argument that they say that they don't care if Trump is enriching himself through corruption as long as he is pushing back on open border, as long as he is pushing back on self-funded crime policies. So they have kind of the inverse position that you do. They're like, they're fine with some level of corruption as long as it fixes these other problems.
Yeah, you're just saying the other problems are fine. Let them run wild.
No.
Okay. I've taken a lot of shit over the years of saying, no, principally, I am a Republican. I believe in representative democracy. I believe in border security. I believe in rule of law. I believe in American military interest. I believe that the market should be allowed to, run buck wild whenever it's possible. And realistically, the government should primarily, if it's going to legislate anything in reference to the market, they should focus on market failures exclusively. And they should not concern themselves with anything else. Like, oh, microchips are too expensive? Maybe subsidize microchip manufacturing because it's a national security interest. But it is not a, social priority to make Funko Pops cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Like the price of Funko Pops is what it is. If you want a Funko Pop and it's too expensive, don't buy it. If you want a Funko Pop and it's too cheap, don't know what to do for you. Like that's the Funko Pop regulation should not be in the state's purview. So, Adam saying, well, I only give a shit about border security and I only give a shit about mass immigration. He is just a Republican now. At least he's an old school Republican because Republicans were a quote unquote liberal party in that they believed in the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the United States is largely a liberal document. Like enshrining freedom of speech and freedom of conscience into the First Amendment of the United States is liberal. Enshrining civilian firearms in the Second Amendment is libertarian. Enshrining due process through the Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendments of the United States is liberal. The 14th Amendment is 100% liberal. So, like, we are a liberal society. So if you are a militant liberal, oftentimes, especially in the 90s and the thousands, you would have been considered a Republican. So I'm just going to say it. Adam's a fucking Republican at this point. Real Serious for 100 Argentinians says, have you ever heard about the ICE protesters that got 50 and 100 years in prison? One of the protesters shot a cop and should obviously go to jail, but he got 100 years and was linked to Antifa. Thoughts? I'm okay with like attempted homicide carrying decades-long sentences. I don't know if I have a problem with that. I don't think I have a problem with that at all. I think that if you try to engage in homicide, you should be incarcerated for decades at minimum. And realistically might be like whenever you cross a threshold to murdering someone else, I think you should know that your life is over. Like, you should know that you are either going to be incarcerated for the rest of your life or you're going to be killed while engaging in homicide. That's not to say that, like, some homicides can't be justified. Let's say that you found out that somebody was, like, molesting one of your kids, and then you went and, like, killed that person. It's, like, because, like, the law wasn't doing anything about it. There wasn't sufficient evidence to prosecute. Now, maybe the justice should be like, well, that's a reasonable reason for homicide, so you're going to get a reduced sentence. But if you were going to go commit that homicide, I don't think you should expect a reduced sentence. You should expect to have to spend 20 years to the rest of your life in prison. You should expect, to maybe get killed in the homicide attempt. So, how about an Antifa guy getting 30 years ago for moving Zines? What do you mean Zines? What are you talking about? 100 years, though, life in prison, much more than any January 6er got. Well, I don't think any January 6ers shot any cops, right? Hold on. Antifa guy who shot cop gets 100-year sentence. 8 convicted of terrorism charges in Texas Immigration Center shooting, sentenced to decades in prison. A demonstrator who shot and wounded a police officer outside a Texas Immigration Center last 4th of July was sentenced to 100 years in federal prison, while other protesters accused of having links to Antifa were given decades in federal prison. Benjamin Song was convicted of attempted murder last March after prosecutors said he opened fire and wounded police officer in the Prairie Land Detention Center in Alvarado. The 7 others were sentenced Tuesday, receiving prison terms ranging from 30 to 70 years. Our issue with this case has always been this isn't a bunch of terrorists. This is a bunch of kids and young adults who really have a big heart and really wanted their voices to be heard, Philip Hayes, Song's attorney, said outside the federal courthouse in Fort Worth. It was never intended that anybody get hurt. It was never intended that any shots would be fired. Okay. He said his client would appeal the sentencing. Song, aside from this day, has had an impeccable life, a former Marine, a good student, Hayes said. He had a lot of good qualities that were just ignored. The judge went ahead and gave him as much as he could. One of the defendants, Daniel Sanchez Estrada, was convicted of corruptly concealing a document in conspiracy to conceal documents. Others pled guilty to material support to terrorists rather than take their case to trial. Prosecutors say the 8 are members of Antifa, a decentralized anti-fascist organization that has become a target of the Trump administration. They have denied any affiliation and maintain they attend the demonstration to show support for immigrants inside the detention center. Yeah, I would want to see. I would want to see the specifics of the case. That could be over sentencing depending on context. So, for instance, like if I check the Discord logs and the emails, let's say that we do like a fourth, we get a warrant for these people's digital fucking footprint. And then these people are like, oh yeah, I can't wait to go to the detention center so we can make our voices heard and protest. the unjust detention of these illegal immigrants. And, I actually think John shouldn't bring a gun to the protest. Then that guy shouldn't catch decades, right? He was literally going to protest. He was doing he was exercising his First Amendment rights. But let's say that you check the fucking DMs and the emails and he's like, yeah, John, bring the gun. I can't wait till you fucking canoe a federal agent. I got some ammo at my house. I'm going to give you the ammo. Then fuck you. It actually, is it potentially a case of over-sentencing? Yeah. Am I going to lose any sleep? Probably not. I'm probably going to forget about this in the next hour. But, yeah, I don't know. Don't go with your boys to fucking shoot up a detention center, Nah.
No, Adam, please don't put words in my mouth, okay? I'm saying that I also hate those other problems, but if you
But
force
you're
me
not
to
going to
choose,
do anything about it.
wait. If you force me to choose between all the problems of Trump and all the problems of crazy progressives, I will choose all the problems of crazy progressives. I would like to see them both solved.
Right.
What's crime
And
like
also-
in your area? I'm just
and
curious.
also, to be honest,
What's crime like in your area, Adam? Homicide rate for Los Angeles County per 100,000. Is 5.8. He is 0.5 above the national average. Now, if you don't like homeless people, I don't like fucking homeless people either. Like I agree. Having drug addicts with fucking needles and all that Skid Row shit. In my opinion, hold on. Los Angeles County. Images. Maps. There we go. All right. So let's say that I was the governor of California and the city of Los Angeles had a place called Skid Row filled with homeless people that were shooting up, stabbing each other, murdering each other, raping each other. And it made a specific area of Los Angeles uninhabitable. Okay. Then what I would do is I would go out to the outskirts of Barstow, in the Sierra Nevada desert. Let's maybe go to Midway, the city of Midway, which is halfway to Vegas. All right. And in Midway, I would build a military barracks out here in Midway that is free housing. Okay? Literally, it's a military barracks. It's administered by nurses. There's cops on premises. There's a halfway house where you're kind of getting sober under medical supervision. And then there's a full house where you're getting ready to be released back into the population. And then what I would say is that if you're trespassed in Los Angeles because I'm pretty sure cops can trespass from private locations, you might need to pass some kind of city ordinance in order to say that vagrancy is illegal. But then you could detain said people. You could use Baker Act criteria, which I think Baker Act might be state of Florida. I forget. Maybe it's nationwide. I forget. But the old law used to be that the current law is if you're imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others, then you get Baker Acted. The old law was that if you cannot show a demonstration to be able to care for yourself, then you could be committed to a psychiatric facility. So the state of California should pass that old law. If you show a demonstration that you do not have the capacity to take care of yourself, then you should be loaded up into a van, taken to Midway, California, where there's a military-style barracks, and you should be detained there until you are sober and showing your capacity to take care of yourself. And then boom, fucking homeless issue over. I'm sending them to Death Valley? I sure am. I sure am sending them to Death Valley. And not just that, I'll even give them air conditioning. I'll even give them air conditioning in Death Valley. 100%. Yeah. Baker Act is Florida only. That's not surprising to me. I do think that Baker Acts are... There is an equivalent in almost every state in the union. I know Baker Act might be the specific legislation in the state of Florida, but I think there's a almost like Baker Act equivalent in all 50 states where imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you can be committed to a psychiatric facility. So we already have Slab City. Let's take a look at Slab City real quick. I forget Slab City. Is that the homeless place? Slab City. Yeah, isn't this the place that's like anarchic where a bunch of fucking homeless degenerates don't have any laws about how the city exists? And so it's a bunch of like drug addicted homeless people doing weird art in the desert? Sure. Whenever people get released from the mental health facility, they can be released into Slab City instead of downtown Los Angeles. How about that? Is the stream black for y'all? It's not black for me. Let me know if it stays black. Refresh your page.
I actually think that like the Democrats were learning their lesson during Biden's final years regarding just ignoring the border, because they did ignore the border. Like the border was fucking ridiculous. How they just kind of let that go slack. I mean that
Yeah, the
that
only
border-
Okay. It would be a concentration camp in Death Valley. I see that response. Hold on. South Park. Cartman. Concentration camp. Hold on. Okay, I'm just going to summarize it because this is kind of so obviously there's this scene where Kyle's
Be
cousin
very nice to our new student. Kyle, why don't you tell
comes into fucking the school, and Cartman or Kyle is going to pay. Oh, here we go. This is the exact clip that I wanted. So Kyle will pay Cartman $20 if he doesn't bully his cousin for being Jewish. Here's my response to the accusations that I want to put homeless people in concentration camps.
I just found out that in World War II, some Jewish people were sent to concentration camps. Yeah, they were, Cartman. Oh, and see, I didn't realize that. But I understand now how you might have thought what I said in the classroom was a race or slur. But see, I had no idea. You did too. You're so full of crap. No, I'm seriously. Because I was talking to Craig, and Craig was all like, hey, did you know that in World War II they really had concentration camps? And I was all like, no way. And this little light went on in my head, like, oh man, no wonder Kyle thought what I said in the class, see, was directed at his cousin. But I was literally talking about a concentration camp, where you go for a week to learn and focus. Oh man, what a misunderstanding, huh? You blew the
Listen. I don't want to send homeless people to a concentration camp where they're liquidated. I want to send them to a concentration camp where they can get sober and learn to focus. Focus on their life goals. Focus on their lives. So is it a concentration camp? Yes. Is it going to result in their deaths? Probably not. All right. Now that we have that cleared up.
I think the only reason they woke up was because an election was coming and they thought the Republicans would win. But in your scenario, there are no Republicans.
Based. What a utopia.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but don't you need
What a utopia.
Well, no, I know you're
Okay.
memeing, but like you need the pressure of the threat of losing an election in order to, push them in the Democrats in the direction you want them to go. Right?
I mean, yeah, that is an obvious criticism of the Democrats. Yes, of course. Like they should have
The morally
fixed the border
superior
sooner,
ones.
for sure. Yeah,
Have I played the South Park games? I have not played the South Park games, but I am a fan of the fact that the slider for difficulty is actually race-based. Have you guys seen this? South Park video game difficulty slider. So when you're doing a custom when you're doing a custom character in the South Park video game, easy mode, your character is literally white. And as you get more brown all the way to black, the video game gets more difficult. Like, that is... Oh my God. I think that's so goddamn funny. Honestly, I think that's hysterical. It's like the South Park guys have acknowledged, excuse me, that they are Republican, like they're philosophically Republican, but I think that this is actually like a libertarian Republican acknowledgement that fucking that like maybe it's a little bit tougher to be a black guy in the United States than if you're just like a middle-class white guy. Maybe. Like, you know, we don't have to get into all that systemic, you know, DEI, CERT, fucking, we don't have to get into all that shit. But maybe it's a little bit more difficult being a young black man than it is being a young middle-class white man. You know, there's some like working class trailer trash whites. There are definitely some Appalachian whites that I think would give working class young black men a run for their money in life difficulty. But I think that, I don't want to say those are like niche experiences, but they're less common and less pop culture than the middle class white man experience. Anyways.
Yeah. Even with this criticism in mind, they're still morally superior. Yes.
I wonder how many people. I feel like a lot of people.
Sorry, I have to read this. A camp where they can go to concentrate on not being homeless. Correct.
Are just willing to accept corruption on the personal enrichment level, as long as they don't feel like it's
If they're
harming
making
the country,
society better, yeah, exactly.
as long as the society they feel broadly has better policies. Now, I'm not saying that's
has
good,
improved.
but I think that's like the mindset a lot of people are operating from.
I mean, that is the mindset a lot of people are operating from, but also it ends up being a false mindset because the country isn't even doing better. Like,
you have homeless people sleeping out in front of your house, Dev?
I have had before, but not right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the country's
you're fine with that if the homeless show up and just start pitching a tent in front of your house and
No, of course not.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. Because I'm criticizing Donald Trump enriching himself for billions of dollars and trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States, I have no problems with homeless people doing hard drugs immediately outside your home. This is the dumbest fucking political analysis available. You know? I probably, if I had to guess, either Adam would agree with my camp idea where homeless people can go to a free camp where they can concentrate on not being homeless, or he would think that was too extreme. But weirdly enough, no, my politics would, like, let's say a ballot initiative. Let's say that Florida wanted to deal with its homeless population. And it was like, okay, we are going to build a multi-billion-dollar facility in DeBary, Florida, or Ocala, where the homeless people from Orlando, Tampa, and Daytona will get, it'll be totally like segregated. It'll be secured. There'll be law enforcement on staff. There will be, nurses on staff to help with addiction issues. There will be drug counselors. And we're going to build a multi-billion-dollar facility. That way, if someone is homeless downtown and they do not have the capacity to care for themselves, we can ship them to this facility where they can concentrate on not being homeless by developing life skills, getting sober, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I 100% would vote for that shit. But My suspicion is that a substantial amount of Republicans wouldn't vote for that because they would view it as a waste of money. They would rather let the homeless run roughshod across, entire communities as long as they don't end up in the nice commercial districts with the nice restaurants. So weirdly enough, it would probably be a Democratic proposal more likely than it would be a Republican proposal. What Adam wants, which is kind of like the Republican solution, is something called GBPSE. Go be poor somewhere else. And what that is, I live in a GBPSE community. And I'm adjacent to me are 2 GBPSE communities. So I'm actually like boxed out from a lot of poor people. And what GBPSE communities means is that if there's a homeless person with a backpack wandering around in our area, he will be quickly approached by law enforcement. He will be told, we are going to make it your problem that you are here. If we catch you sleeping anywhere, if we catch you in front of a business that doesn't want you there, we are going to trespass you with warning and we are going to incarcerate you. So it would be better for you to not be here at all, because if we find a single thing that we can take you to jail for, including trespass after warning, you're going to jail. And so as a result, the homeless people leave this community, the community to my south, the community to my north, and arguably they go to the community to my west and the community to my east because they get pushed out for GBPSE. Anyways. I need to use the restroom again. I'll be right back.
Of course not.
You're not cool with that then.
The-
That wouldn't affect your opinion.
Okay,
That wouldn't change your mind.
Wait, Adam, we've been friends for years.
hmm
And I've said to you many times, all of my old critiques of the left still apply. Why are you acting like they don't?
Well, I'm just interrogating where the pressure point is for you, right? Like obviously crime is a problem. If
Of
you
course.
have like people breaking into your house and stealing your shit, if you buy a car and the parts are missing off the car and then the car is gone, you buy another car and the car is gone. Pretty
Yep,
soon
I agree.
you're looking at this situation you're setting up and you're thinking, well, anything would be better than this. You're,
I
you're,
think-
you're setting up this binary.
I think the reason Adam is asking you this question that he's tapping into intuitively, where you say like all my positions are the same, is that people feel like that the level of emotion that someone frames an issue, it guides how important the issue is in their mind. So people will say, okay, like you weren't advocating for this level of violence to overturn all the leftist problems in society and all the leftist critiques, but you are when it comes to the right wing one. And so maybe
Yes.
that's sort of the
Well, and-
intuition
and-
that
well, the
Adam is
reason-
kind of asking about.
The reason why is because for all of the problems with the left, and there are so many of them, democracy still ultimately functioned to check them. Like the Democrats lost an election and then they left gracefully.
So, okay. I mean, I think that's a fair point, but I don't think we're near, I think it's way too early in the game to levy that as like the right is not
They're
going
not
to
going. Yeah,
also
we're drifting.
leave
back into
power
the-
in 2028. Like I don't even personally,
Trump is running
don't
a
even-
third term. Is that where we're going with this?
I think the Republican Party is going to be totally fucked in 2028 because I don't think they even have
I think so
a
too, to be honest, yeah.
cohesive ideology once Trump is gone.
If Iran turns out to be fine and the Strait of Hormuz is open and they don't go for a nuclear weapon and we end up normalizing relationships with them, I think JD Vance is like a shoe-in for the Republicans in 2020.
Do I have I don't Oh man. Do I have TDS? Do I have TDS, or was that the dumbest fucking thing you've ever heard in your entire life? Do I have TDS, or was that the dumbest fucking thing you've heard in your entire life? If we negotiate a perfect diplomatic solution to the Iran war, and they denuclearize, and if they reopen the strait, and if the economy returns to normal, and if there aren't price shocks, what the fuck? What's the probability of this happening? What is the problem? If you had to bet dollars to donuts? Randy Chang says you do have a little bit of TDS, yeah. If you had to bet dollars to donuts what the chances are of that happening, what would you say the chances of that were? Because I would put it at like less than 5%. The economic shocks that have happened to the world as a result of the Strait of Hormuz happening have already manifested. We are already at $5 a fucking gallon. And the peace talks keep like flipping the Strait of Hormuz on and off like a fucking light switch. So it's entirely possible, it's entirely probable that the Israelis are going to do some fucked shit in southern Lebanon, and then the Iranians are going to use that as leverage to shut down the strait again. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about here, man? What are we talking about? What are the chances of this happening? This definitely is not going to happen in time for the midterms. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you it's not going to happen in time for the fucking midterms. Maybe by 2028, we'll have like a more relaxed relationship with Iran. But that's fucking 2 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Lol, exactly a little TDS. The way things are playing out, this feels very normal. Whoa. Unilaterally launching a massive aerial campaign, decapitating like 20% of a foreign state, shocking the world into freezing 20% of oil reserves is normal to you? Like, I'll admit the 12-day war, the strike in order to deny Iran nuclear fucking enrichment, that is relatively normal to me. It's still shocking that the United States and Israel flew into Iran, blew up their fucking nuclear enrichment facilities, and then dipset. But that feels relatively within like the state of play. Whereas, like, I don't know, raping 20% of the Iranian state and raping 30% of their military is kind of crazy. Okay. I might have misread what you said, so I'm sorry if I interpreted it in a way that you didn't intend. You're saying that a little bit of TDS is normal, not, annihilating the leadership of a foreign government without sanction from Congress. I get it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Mech Malazan says you have to admit that American History Ex-Husband was pretty funny. Not only do I think it was funny, I retweeted it. The person said something super fucking rude. Hold on. So somebody on Twitter, they tagged me in a post. You could literally go to my profile right now. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go to my Twitter real quick. I want to show you guys this. Somebody made a movie poster called American History Ex-Husband. And I think this shit is fucking fire. Look at this. The guy was very rude after this. So I blocked him after this. But this fucking poster is awesome. This is fire. This is dope. If you're gonna take like a huge shit on me, if you're gonna be like, oh, You're crashing out. You're divorced. Blah, 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 blah. Like, if you do it in a funny way, I'm not going to deny that it's funny. This is funny. So Doobie for 10 says you're nuts. All the attacks on Iran over the nuclear issue are nonsense. They never had a nuclear weapons program. Okay. If they enriched up to 60%, there's not a civilian use for 60%. There is a civilian use for less than 10%. So if Iran had a civilian nuclear program where they enriched up to 10%, and then maybe they just held on to a few dirty bombs on the low, then I wouldn't give a shit. And I would say us bombing them is, you know, too far, I guess. But if they're going to enrich up to 60%, because that gets you a majority of the way to producing nuclear grade uranium, nuclear weapons grade uranium, then I don't have a problem with the United States bombing their facilities. The other option, because this is truly the other option, I'm going to show you guys this thing. So right now, Israel, Google Maps. Hold on. Israel has nukes. They have they have like city busters that could wipe out tens of millions of people. They could Hiroshima and Nagasaki Tehran if they wanted to. But they also have tactical nukes. So if they get invaded and there's hundreds of thousands of troops along their border, they can also use smaller tactical nuclear devices in order to nuke their border, wipe out tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, and then irradiate their border so any enemy troops moving through that territory would get radiation poisoning and sickness and die. So Israel currently has that capacity. Saudi Arabia and Iran, to my knowledge, do not have that capacity at this point. Now, if you wanted to, let's say that we just wanted Iran to have 60% enriched uranium and or we just want to give them the bomb. Okay? Let's say Iran just gets the bomb. Well, Saudi Arabia has said that it is their public position that they do not want the bomb, but if Iran gets the bomb, they're going to get the bomb. That's it. Because while Israel could get nuked by Iran, and Israel 100% could nuke Iran right now, if Iran and Saudi have the bomb, in my opinion, we actually have mutually assured destruction. But mutually assured destruction only works if people care about dying. And unfortunately, jihadists have shown a propensity for not having fear of dying. So, do we trust Iran with the bomb? Right now, the answer is no. But do we trust Saudi and Iran and Israel with the bomb? And my answer is maybe. So, you know, Doobie, if you just want to have the public perspective that Iran should have the capacity for the bomb or should have the bomb, but so should Saudi Arabia, and effectively the Middle East and North Africa becomes a mutually assured destruction scenario with 3 nuclear-armed powers that are all hostile to each other, sure. Maybe we could keep the peace that way. So, exactly, Andy B. You fucking nailed it. Mutually assured destruction doesn't work when the other side is desperate for the great journey. True. And for those of you who don't know, the great journey is Halo, where the Covenant want to fire the Halo rings, which wipes out all sentient and sapient life in the Milky Way galaxy. And the humans go, hey, man, like that's going to be a problem because you think it's some kind of portal to your gods. But actually, it's just going to wipe out sapient and sentient life in the galaxy. And the Forerunner, or not the Forerunner, excuse me, the Covenant are just like, yeah, well, we'll run the risk. Who gives a shit? So then it becomes like an existential struggle to stop the Covenant from firing the Halo rings, because if they wipe out all sentient and sapient life in the galaxy, or they get to meet their gods, it doesn't matter to them. They're going to fire the rings. So if you had like a schizophrenic Ayatollah in Iran who thought that it was like God's calling to go to war with Israel, and then you trigger a 3-way nuclear war that destroys 2/3 of the world's energy supply, that's kind of a problem for the entire planet. Like, even, let's say that it was a 3-way nuclear exchange between Israel, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, and they're all fucking dead. Okay? Let's say the Israelis are dead, Irans are dead, Saudi Arabia's dead. The good news is we solved all of the geopolitical conflict in the Middle East and North Africa. That's good. But then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to ship, probably, unless you want all of the planet to collapse, you're probably going to have to ship tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people into irradiated Iran and Saudi Arabia to work for insane amounts of cash, because they know they are going to get cancer and die as a result of obtaining the oil supply from these irradiated places and extricating it for planetary profit and planetary function. So, you know, Iran gets the bomb, irradiated Middle East and North Africa. You know, these things feel a little, I can speculate about it because I don't live there. But if I lived there, I might be a little bit more passionate about this topic. Doobie for 10 says he enriched to 60% so they could use it as leverage and offer it up in negotiations, which they did immediately when negotiations started. They just want it back in the JCPOA. Iran shut down their weapons program in 2003, according to our own intelligence agencies, and they've never started it again. The Ayatollah was murdered, issued a religious fatwa against nuclear weapons. Okay, good. I hope that we can negotiate with the Iranians in good faith, denuclearize Iran, maybe integrate them into the world economy again, and try to deorbit them from Russia and China. But if I had to guess, historical hostilities will hold. The Israeli issue is still going to hold. And as a result, we're still going to have some pretty violent fucking beef. You know? You're just wrong? I don't think so. All right. I'm going to go back to the content. Dude, I just need to like use the bathroom again. I hate to say it. Like I don't want to leave the content, but I gotta handle my business. Can we all look at this fire meme one more time? Can I just say, I don't want to be divorced. I love my wife. Loved, past tense. She's kind of an asshole. I loved my wife. And I was ready to go through decades of shenanigans in order to die with her. But if I'm going to be made fun of for being divorced, is American History ex-husband, where I am shaved and I'm staring into the camera like a psychotic neo-Nazi? Is this funny? Is this objectively funny? This is objectively fucking funny. So, my congratulations to my critics and people who don't like me for making a objectively funny joke. This is truly actually funny. Anyways, back to it.
28.
Woody, he was against the intervention in the first place. Wouldn't it be Marco Rubio?
Yeah, but look, he was against it, and Trump ended up pulling it off anyway. I mean, this is a big, like, I'm not sure. Everyone's saying they're signing a peace deal now. I don't necessarily know that that's actually.
You don't think that's going to be the outcome of events anyway, right?
Well, look, the more people are talking about it, the more it seems like maybe it is. It's a big question mark. I'm just saying that if Iran is squared away by the time 2028 rolls around, and JD Vance had a meaningful part of that, he's a shoo-in for 2028. I don't know how you can say he's not competitive. Against who? Gavin Newsom and AOC? Come on.
Oh my God, give me Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. Holy fuck.
Oh, that's insane.
If
I think
Okay.
JD Vance might actually be worse than Trump.
maybe,
Uh,
I mean, who knows? I don't know.
Listen, he's
But
best friends with our pal Moldbug. You know where
I
this is
know,
going, right?
I know. Well, I mean,
Okay,
I just
so here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So
Yeah.
the reason why I hate the idea of JD Vance running in 2028 is because here's what's going to happen. Okay, you've got Vance as vice president, counting his own electors, because he's running as well
oh
to
my
be president.
God. Oh my
Yes,
God.
and Adam,
Your brain has been
no,
destroyed.
no. Listen. All right, and JD Vance has already publicly said that if he were VP in 2020, he would have actually gone along with the Eastman plan. So he's
Dude,
already a man
have you ever
capable of
heard-
doing this.
Have you ever heard people say something that they would do, but in actuality, if that situation arose, they wouldn't actually do it?
All the time, but I'm not going to give a
Yes,
politician.
it's very common. It's very common. People are big fat
I am
keyboard
not going
warriors
to
talking about
give-
how
I
I
am
kick
not
your
gonna
fucking
give
ass,
Vance
but as soon
that
as they're
grace.
face to face, they
He-
like back down. They're
I am
maybe we
not going to
shouldn't fight.
give
Maybe we
Vance
should
that
be
grace,
friends.
Adam. I'm not going to give Vance that grace, Adam, because he's an elected politician. It's the standard is different
But look,
than just a random schmuck or you
the
or I.
point, the point is you don't actually know if that's true or not. You don't actually know if he would have done that.
Well, I mean, they did pass a law that stopped that loophole from existing.
So
anyway,
look, he can't even do it.
right?
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
now
okay,
he could make
hold
the
on.
argument that that law is unconstitutional, still try to do it,
Which is what they
but-
already did in 2020. They did the
Which-
exact same thing.
Well, no, in 2020 the law didn't exist. What do you mean?
No, because in the Eastman memo, if you actually read it, Eastman
No,
said
I know.
that
I know.
that
he says
the Electoral Count Act was the one they were going to
I understand,
say.
right?
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
saying they
okay, yeah,
passed
you
a
get it.
new law that specifically said that the elector scheme was illegal. But I listen. If JD Vance tries to do some crazy elector scheme, like okay, I think the country's gonna fall apart.
He
I
would never be
I don't think that's
elected.
gonna happen. I really
He
don't
would
think that's gonna
never be
happen.
elected.
I don't think the Republicans in Congress would even go with it. JD Vance doesn't have the charisma backing him the way that Trump has. I don't think he has the support that Trump has. So it's hard for me to imagine that that's like even a possible outcome.
Yeah, I don't know on the charisma thing. We really haven't seen enough. I know a substantial number of Republicans just love the guy, so it's hard for me.
Yeah, but
to
it's not
say.
about whether politicians love him. It's about whether the voters feel, especially
No, I get it.
in
On the
2020,
charisma
they
thing.
feel such a strong, favor towards Trump in 2020, which I just, at least currently, I don't think people have that strong of favor towards JD Vance.
I don't think so
Yeah.
either. I don't think he has that level of.
But
Well,
okay, but before
I
you
was
go,
on the Iran thing. I'm thinking more in terms of the environment will have completely shifted. That right now, I do think the Republicans are not competitive in 2028 because if Iran is still an ongoing war and gas prices are out of control.
Can I just say that Adam saying that JD Vance endorsing the false elector scheme is proof like we don't know what he's going to do, therefore speculating about him doing something fucked up in reference to election shit going forward. It's one of the dumbest political arguments that I've ever heard ever. Now, if you want to say, hey, January 6, 2021 was pretty extreme, even with the Eastman memo, they expected to be challenged in court and it likely would have lost. So a one-man vice presidential coup where he nominates himself and then counts the electors himself in order to declare himself president unilaterally is unlikely. That I would have taken that line of argumentation, which, by the way, I think I just made a better argument than Adam. But instead just going, oh yeah, well, Trump tried to coup the government in January 6, 2021, and Vance said that he would have swept for that and tried to push the Eastman memo. Therefore, we can just presume, like, we don't know what he's going to do in real life. Therefore, we can just kind of presume that he's going to act in good faith going forward. Fucking oof. Oof. Was that a fucking terrible analysis? Hated it. Hated it with every fiber of my fucking being. I'm going to engage with chat for a second, though. Andy says, if Rubio wins the nomination, then all these libs will be talking about how Rubio is worse than Trump. It's just using the human language to deceive others. Sure. And I, depending on Rubio's actual shit, will be my evaluation of him. And it actually does, if Rubio gets a nomination, right? I'll be evaluating Rubio for Rubio, which obviously the USAID and PEPFAR cuts are going to be a part of that conversation and should be a part of that conversation. JD Vance, I'm just not voting for. I'll just tell you, I can give you, as a Republican who is trying to be honest, trying to have integrity, trying to have nuance, trying to have objectives, I'm telling you, I will not vote for JD Vance. I am not voting for JD Vance. He has shown himself consistently to be a slimy chameleon who will do whatever it takes in order to get close to power. Okay, I will not be voting for JD Vance. If it comes down to JD Vance versus a moderate Democrat, I will probably vote for a moderate Democrat as the lesser of two evils, right? If it's Rubio versus a moderate Democrat, it's actually going to be a horse race for me, depending on how Rubio conducts himself politically and depending on how the moderate Democrat conducts themselves. If it's Rubio versus like a far lefty, I'm just telling you straight up, I'm probably voting Rubio. Like, I don't want to get 2 years down the line and then have like 70% of my audience be Lockheed liberals. And my Lockheed liberal audience is like, why aren't you voting for a democratic socialist? Can't you do the utilitarian calculus? It's not happening. Okay. It's not, there will never be a time that I go to the top of the ballot and click socialist. It's just not going to happen. So take that idea, whatever that anxiety is, where you want me as a moderate Republican to vote for a socialist or a communist, it's not going to happen. Okay? Anyways. Hold on. Somebody said there was something interesting up here, but I lost it. Where is it? Damn it. Did I truly lose this comment? There was a drama comment that I wanted to engage with and I lost it. Huh. Firsty News is, I see that you're here in chat, but a Food Shops video thumbnail said friendship over in reference to you and Connor, so I think you should leave. Yeah, that was the conversation. So for those of you, because it was the Fell Runner Doobie conversation that got a community guidelines warning, and it's because Doobie said that he would tolerate National Socialists inside the politics Discord, or they have tolerated whatever. And so that got reported to YouTube as like an endorsement of racial supremacy. And that actually did trigger the community guideline system, which is wild to me. Number one, I'm not even the one saying it. Number two, Doobie's not even endorsing National Socialism as an ideology. He's saying he would tolerate a National Socialist within his space. So I'm gonna appeal that one. Yeah. Yeah, that one was not, that was not in my opinion, obviously YouTube does what it does, but that was not a valid community guideline strike. Oh, what about Vivake? What was your take on him? I don't know who Vivake is. Who's Vivake? Vivake? Who are you talking about? Vivake. Vivake Gupta? I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who you're talking about. Anyways, back to the content.
Control. Oh, there's no way. Democrats are going to win. But if that is settled, then the Republicans are competitive. And if they are the ones that settled it, if they are the ones that dealt with the Iran problem, which is indeed a problem, then they are massively competitive. Anyway.
So here's the issue, right? I recognize that my views on this are atypical because your average American and frankly your average person doesn't actually care that much about the minutia of the functioning of state. And I understand why, because they have their own lives and their own things to do.
Right.
But as somebody who does know about these things due to my academic background, I do care about them. I do care about institutions and democracies functioning properly. And I
Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah, he's like a huge grifting piece of shit. So I really don't like Vivek. And the reason why I don't like Vivek is actually for a very specific reason. So I think that past behavior is indicative of future behavior. And allegedly, this is a narrativization around how Vivek became a billionaire. He had a drug that was coming out to market that got rejected by the FDA. And so he went back to his investors and he said, don't worry, we're going to get into an appeals process with a very high likelihood of success. Now, he knew that there was actually a very low level of success, and he got the appeals process in order to buoy the stock and buoy the investment. And then he jumped ship without telling his investors, and that's how he got billions of dollars. So he basically had like a semi-fraudulent product that he knew he was going to fail, and he was pushing it in order to make sure that he got out at the top. Well, hold on. Got out at the top while his investors got out at the bottom. And that's the kind of like shady, immoral, vile, sociopathic shit. I do understand that within politics is going to attract those kinds of people. But I think that everything he says and everything he does should be evaluated through the light of that behavior. So, anyways. Oh, also his whole like technocratic, like the white working class deserves to suffer and we should import like Indians who don't have a work-life balance and they work 80 hours a week. And if you're like a white middle class or working class person who's getting outcompeted by immigrants who don't want to have a personal life, like that's just boo-hoo, tough titties. You need to work harder. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. Human beings, this is going to be like the least free market statement that I make. Human beings were not put on this planet to work 80-hour weeks and then die. If you like your job, good for you. If you make good money, good for you. If you're able to take care of your friends, family, community, etc., good for you. I'm happy for you. But the human species was not put on this planet to work 80-hour weeks until they were 50, keel over, and die. And if you think that you were put on this planet for that purpose, you're being manipulated. So, anyways.
Well, they care in that they see whether or not it does function.
Let me finish
properly.
a sentence for once, Adam, please. I know it's your show. Look,
you're saying they don't care if the system works. They do fucking care deeply if the system works. Okay.
No. They care about
that's super condescending to say. Oh yeah,
no.
The voters don't care if the system works.
No. Dev is saying that they don't care about the technical aspect of how the results are produced. And you're saying that, well, no, they care about what the results are.
Yes.
So you're both talking about two different things.
Yeah. So basically, like, I've spoken to so many right wingers who don't understand what happened on January 6th with the Eastman stuff. Yeah. And when I explain it to them, they're just like, oh, that's just procedural. Who cares? And it's like, hold on. No. The procedural things matter a lot. They are some of the most important things, but most people don't view it that way because they're not in that world. I don't blame them for this. It just is what it is.
Well, and to be clear, I think that's like, if it was the reverse, if it was a Democrat doing that, then they would hyper care about it, right? It's just,
of course,
most people.
I'm sure. Yes.
You're right. Most people, regardless of political party, do not care about the minutia of how the government functions. They just want the results that they want, the outcomes that they want. But
yes.
I want to ask, because there were two things that came up a lot in this thing before we go. There was that. This Ryan was really harping on you for this no limiting principle phrase, and it's that America is close to a hot civil war. And so, like, why did you keep using this term no limiting principle when it seemed like in the conversation you clearly believed that there was a limiting principle?
Because I was angry and I was tilted.
Yeah. That seemed obvious.
Okay.
There's also
fair enough.
There's also a super chat.
Listen, there's actually a lot of dev super chats if you want to go through them.
Well, no, there's the one, the doxing one in particular. I don't agree with Deb.
Just wait, just real quick. So, like, yeah, I am supposed to go out at 5, but I am waiting on someone, so I can be here until I have to go.
Okay.
So, what is Schnitzel Rada for $20 says, I don't agree with Dev, but Ryan retweeting Ace's post sharing Dev's docs was really scummy. I see you in the chat, Ryan. Your kids deserve a stronger, less slimy father. Well, insults aside, what is this situation here? Someone shared your home address?
Wait, Ace? Like the guy
Yeah,
who
that's another. Ace is like a
soccer,
shared your
yes.
docs?
Yes,
Ace.
the
Ace
stalker.
is a
So
Ace
So
is a
here's the thing.
Destiny stan. Why would he be sharing your
wait,
docs?
no, he's not. No, Ace is like a far right guy. He's like an
Yeah, Ace is a schizophrenic. This is part of the short fat otaku lore. Weirdly enough, if you type in short fat otaku, not only is Dev gonna pop up, but another creator called Ace is gonna pop up, and Ace is like a short fat otaku A-log. So I don't know what his politics are, but I will tell you that the amount of coverage does feel borderline schizophrenic. It's like, look at this bad thing that Dev said today. Look at this bad thing that Dev said today. Look at this bad thing that Dev said today. Matter of fact, why don't we just Google it real quick? Short fat otaku. Well, hold on. Let me go to YouTube first. So Dev, mad at the internet. This guy, Ace. So literally within the top 4 searches, you get Ace. You got Mrow talking shit. You got Tax Brass. You got Ace again. You got Dev, some random person. Dev. I think you get the point, though. Here's another Ace video. Here's another Ace video. If you Google Dev as a creator, there's like a 30% chance that you're going to get an Ace video of this guy talking shit. We should invite Ace into our community. Oh, nice. Now, truth be told, like, I don't have anything against this in principle. Like, A-logging your political opponents is not, it's not a crime. I plan on participating in that dynamic with Asmongold, Tectone, and what's that other guy? Nuxtaku. Like I plan on milking the shit out. Oh, and Nick Fuentes. I plan on milking the shit out of dissident right-winger, grift right-winger, and gamer right-winger creators who I think are stupid as fuck. But, you know, it's not the A-logging that's the problem. It's the fact that you picked a 100K Andy who, like, let's take a look. So Dev is at 140K. For size comparison, I'm only at like 8K for my politics, but I do have 125K on my 40K channel. And then his recent stuff, because I think he's alienated the conservatarian Trump apologist audience, is 5K for shaving his beard, 7K for reflecting pool, 10K for red flag edition, alt girl 10K, 6K, 15K, 9K, 10K, 21K. So his channel isn't like dead. He's still able to pull 10% of his viewership, but it is substantially reduced because I think he's alienated his conservatarian anti-SJW audience through sweeping for the liberals. But that actually doesn't make me hate him. Like, I don't think he's a grifter because he, you know, is making more centrist liberal content. I think this means that he probably believes what he says. If you're willing to take an algorithmic hit not to cater to your established audience, that actually increases my estimation of your principles rather than decreases it. Now, Andy says, Ace was a super fan for a while until a combination of Dev downplaying the Canadian trucker protests where the Canadian government was straight up fascist and instead only focused on January 6th. I could see that. For a lot of right-wingers, the trucker protest in Canada was effectively Canada cracking down on American-style free speech in ways that were Orwellian and psychotic. So I understand how a conservatarian guy could be like, fuck you. So that weirdly makes sense. Back to the content.
ANCAP.
What?
Wait, which maybe we're talking about a different Ace.
We must
I
be
don't know.
talking about a different Ace.
Yeah.
Okay.
So ever since I
Your fuck said it was a
ever
different
since
Ace.
ever since I stopped hanging out with Sargon after like the whole D&D drama blew everything up and the stuff with Rags, and I kind of walked away from the Sargon group, there has absolutely been a group of people who are much more right wing than me. A lot of them are former viewers of mine, and they have been kind of stalking me around platform to platform. Anytime I go on to like a show, they'll be like, "Oh, you shouldn't be platforming this guy," like that sort of stuff, right? It's all just gay internet drama.
Sorry, another comment. The super fan to super hater thing is, at this point, in my opinion, a pretty well documented phenomena. Like, I'm not going to be a super hater of Destiny because I'm not a super fan. I'm a fan, like I like his debates, but I didn't dedicate, vast swaths of my personality to being a Destiny stan. Whereas I think that if you look at like Kelly Jean, J Stock, Queeman, a few other people, like the super haters arguably used to be DGG community members. I think Kathy is one of the most like schizophrenic fucking, is it Catboy Kathy, Karmic Kathy, something Kathy is an Indian guy, and he fucking hates Destiny, dude. He wakes up every single day like furious that this motherfucker exists. And he spends a substantial amount of time talking shit about people on the internet, of whom Steven is a frequent topic. And yet, he used to be a passionate community member, So, it does feel gross. I will tell you it feels gross. So, for instance, like, AF Racing and Razzle Smasher, they are so, like, anything they say about me now is just like dripping in acid. It actually feels gross because it's like Razzle Smasher and AF Racing, they were community members. They were community members for a while, but I also think that they knew that we disagreed on shit. But because we came into like, I don't know, I think it was the ICE protest shootings. I think the ICE protest shootings were where we lost AF Racing, and I think that we lost Razzle Smasher maybe with the Destiny stuff. I don't know where we lost him, but we lost him somewhere. And they only pop up every now and then, but when they pop up, they say some like really like acid covered aggressive shit. And it's like, ew, gross. Real Serious for 100 Argentinians says, why can't my left of center streamers be normal, dog? I know David Pacman exists, but that's like watching C-SPAN, the most boring Argentinian, unfortunately. Well, dude, and I mean, like, if you need to, I don't care if people consume Destiny's content. There's a reason why we all thought it was entertaining in the first place. We thought he was funny. We thought he was smart. Turns out he's still smart and he's still funny. He's a huge fucking prick. He's a huge prick. And his personal life rapes him. His personal life just fucking raped every 6 months, once a year. His personal life is going to rape him. But he's entertaining. So I understand if you look at like the field of liberal commentators and you're like, Destiny's the only entertaining one. So his personal life might be dog shit. His commentary might be half-assed some of the time, but he's actually the only entertaining liberal streamer. I get it. I get it. I think plenty of people feel like that. So Doobie for 10 says, I think a lot of it is just old fans know enough of the lore to be very effective when they criticize, but it's true that it can cross over into schizoid behavior. Yeah. You shouldn't be, and I even say this to you, Doobie. I don't think that a substantial amount, there's 167 hours in a week. If you spend more than 5 hours hating on Destiny in a week as like a Twitch and YouTube political person, I think that's too much time. It's too much time. You should diversify your diet of hatred, Anyways.
However, my full name, I never put it out there. You can find it on Kiwi Farms. It's all over Kiwi Farms. The cow board doxed me initially, and you can find my name all over Kiwi Farms. But I never put it out there. And Ace clipped out the most inflammatory comments from the debate tagged in the FBI and the RCMP, which is Canada's FBI,
Oh my
and then
god.
and then posted my full name and said this man needs to be invested.
Oh
This
my
man needs to be
God.
investigated. And I was like,
Especially in
this is fucking
Canada,
ridiculous.
Sorry. Officer Nasty says, does that count hating on Hassan? As I was saying it, I was thinking, like, I'm probably going to spend more than 5 hours a week trying to A-log, like, Nux Taku, Tectone, Asmongold, and Nick Fuentes. And I was thinking to myself, I might be violating my own principle as I state it. But I will also say that I find their political perspectives vile, but I don't, like, hate them, I guess. Like Nick Fuentes, if his politics disappeared from the internet, and if he stopped being a creator, the world would objectively be a better place. He makes the internet and American political discourse worse. Same thing with Asmongold. Doing the conservatarian gamer bro right wing thing, and then, you know, doing apologia for white identitarianism, I find that vile. But I don't hate him on a personal level. Maybe I'm coping. But yeah. That's not A-logging. That's just covering content. I agree. There's a difference between covering content and A-logging. Maybe I'm coping. I do think that the difference might be like a seething interpersonal or parasocial hatred. I think that might be the difference. Yeah. This is iffy, though. I spend a lot of time talking about age play Ayatollah specifically because his fans seek me out for arguments and I'm not a bitch. Yeah, for sure. If you ask me, I'm going to talk about it. And then Real Serious says, notice how nobody brought up Destiny besides Connor. Sure, but we're talking about the phenomenon of A-logging. And clearly, the civil war that I am presently, unfortunately, involved in is related to the topic. So, you know. I'm not committing to never speaking about Steven. I'm committing to not speaking about him all the time or centering his content. James Delostro says, why would you A-log these people? Are you transitioning into a snarker? I think we need to resolve this real quick. Sorry for the pause. A-logging definition. Urban Dictionary. A term used to describe one expressing disproportionate levels of hatred for someone, often including wishing them physical harm, usually perceived crimes that they are guilty of. A-logging, a term used by white knights of specific lolcows, usually Christian white knights, to describe someone who criticizes that said lolcow in any way, shape, or form in order to cope with the fact that their lolcow they're white knighting for has problems and or causes problems. I don't think these are good definitions. Oh, named after Anthony A-log Legato, one of Chris Chan's biggest detractors. A-logging is the act of exaggerating the negative traits of a lolcow and excessively wishing them harm on them to the point where you start looking bad, if not worse than the lolcow. That's interesting. Now, I didn't know it was related to a guy named Anthony Legato. I don't even know if this is true. Is this true? When I was saying A-log, I was probably meaning like excessive coverage, right? That's probably what I meant. But I feel like A-log also has a connotation of looking for like PII, right? I don't think it's necessarily definitionally relevant, but I do think that they often, like, A-logging and looking for PII is often correlated. So I'm just going to have to let this one stew in my brain. Finding out this bit of lore, if this is true, that a gentleman named Anthony Legato spent all of his time excessively exaggerating the negative traits of Chris Chan and shit-talking them on the internet and threatening them harm to the point that they became a lolcow themselves. If this is true, I actually think that this might be a good definition. So, all logging. See, I don't know if the Anthony Legato thing is true, so I don't want to throw all my eggs in that basket. Doobie says, I'd rather fight you on Geopol, force you to watch musicals and talk Star Wars 40K, etc., but I get stuck in the logs because, in the loop because people tag me with massive essays about pedophilia. Okay, fair enough. Well, I appreciate you donating and wanting to talk about something besides the drama. Hmm. Yeah, Voided Parrot says, I've gotten to extremely dislike Tectone. I used to be an occasional watcher, and ever since the lawsuit, he has gone full-on hack. Yeah, that's what I think, too. I think his, like, social takes, his dating takes are fucking cringe and shitty. You should watch all the old Anna streams so you'd realize how Doobie and J-Stock have lied to you about stuff. That's not true. I've already watched all the Anavar streams. I was there when the Anavar streams were happening. I thought that Steven's continued engagement with Anavar was bad. I didn't think it made him evil. I still hope that Steven has a soul. But in reference to the Anavar stuff, I do think that the continued engagement after a certain point was absolutely fucking insane. So I don't have to re-watch the Anavar content. I watched it as it was happening. And I had that opinion at the time. Rifleman for 5 says, DG attacked me when I called their god emperor an asshole. Right. All right, anyways, let's keep it moving. Let's do a few more minutes. Let's go up to 1 p.m. and then we'll switch topics into Geopol. We'll do a Geopol. Patriarch, if you're still here, I'll take a Geopol recommendation. If Patriarch is not still here, I'll take Geopol recommendations from the audience.
You're going to be in jail. Holy shit.
Oh no. But yeah, here's the thing though. So Ryan retweeted it and I was like, Ryan, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, if you think you believe that, if you believe you beat me in the debate, fine. You know, everyone has their views, but like retweeting this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then after I said that, Ryan unretweeted it, and then I thanked him for doing so. And so
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah, I
good.
saw that.
So I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay.
I do
And just to be
appreciate that.
clear, everyone said it's a different.
Yeah, Arthur, do you have any... I want to watch something, no offense. I don't want a one-on-one. The past week has been very stressful. But do you have any Russian-related content?
Ace.
It's a
Yeah.
different ace, yes.
It's a different ace.
Not the ace from our chat.
Do not.
so,
Sorry for besmirching your good name, Ace.
Yeah.
Someone claimed. People are claiming in the chat that that it's not a docs, and it's been publicly available on YouTube fandom websites, and that even you've posted it. Is this true?
I have not posted it myself, no. And it is publicly available and it is going around because it's been available for so long, but I've never put it out there. I've never given my consent for it to be out there. And also, a core component of doxing is taking someone's personal information and then posting it in a way specifically meant to intimidate. And very clearly that's what Ace was doing.
Right.
All right, I'll leave it there. In summary, Short Fat Otaku got spicy about the content. He said some spicy shit about where he thought America was going and whether or not it's in civil war. I think this is cope. I think gerrymandering is not going to result in a civil war. Dev probably overstepped his bounds, but it is what it is. I think that simultaneously, Adam is also doing some very bad sweeping for that, like, center-right, conservatarian, why I left the left, anti-SJW, like, liberal demographic, where the left always has to be, like, evil. And so if you think that Trump overthrowing the government or being corrupt to the tune of billions of dollars is worth voting for a moderate Democrat instead of a Republican, then clearly you want homeless people to be in everybody's front yards doing drugs, and you want unlimited fucking immigrants from Mexico, which clearly, like, you can still believe that trying to overthrow the United States of America, January 6, 2021, the Iran war, the Epstein files cumulatively should be evidence that Trump is a massive piece of shit and Kamala would have been better. You can still believe that while not wanting infinite immigrants and homeless people in your front yard doing hard drugs. So, bad, shitty, lame argumentation from Adam. I think he's a silly goose. Now, Nork, I'm going to point this out, okay? Because you pointed it out. You are getting pulled back into the lol cow shit. Never mind, you ended it. Good job. Nork. Does Destiny ever get called? Well, actually, he does get called a lol cow quite a bit, actually. But the point is, are you still, like, are you calling Destiny a lol cow for constantly getting sucked into drama? Are you over in DGG chat saying, oh, you shouldn't talk about this, you should just let sleeping dogs lie? If you are, then I would say maybe you have some principle where you're against talking about drama and you don't like it because you think it's easy for people to look bad in drama. But if you're not saying that over in DGG chat, or if you're not saying that over in, I don't even know who else you watch, but if you're not saying that in fucking Hutch's chat or whatever, oh, drama's gay, it's cringe, it's lame. I'm allowed to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. If I want to talk about drama, I'll talk about drama. If I want to talk about Geopol, I'll talk about Geopol. I have clearly oriented the channel over the past few weeks to move away from the drama, but obviously with Tuesday night stream, we're going to move out from it. And if you think being a lolcow is saying, hey, you're credibly accused of jacking off the fucking kids, that's fucked up, and the way you conduct your personal life is fucked up, then I don't know what to fucking do for you. All right? I don't know what to do for you. That's not lolcow behavior to say, hey, I think you jacked off to kids and that's bad and you shouldn't do that. And your best friend's a fucking pedophile and that's bad. So anyways, Doobie says, popping back in, you should maybe do the UK rape report thing. Weirdly enough, we didn't cover the rape report itself, but we did cover Hassan Piker and Asmongold kind of fighting about it, I guess. And so I think the reason why I should cover the rape report maybe in detail is because apparently there is some issues with the methodology where a lot of the rape reports, I think the stories are bad enough. Like, if there was a Pakistani grooming gang that used Islamic supremacy in order to recruit women from foster care who were 13 to 15 years old, then pimped them out and raped them, that would be, and law enforcement was aware of it but ignored it, that would be bad as a solitary incident, and the system should be absolutely fucking reformed from whatever lapse in judgment allowed that bigotry, that rape, and that ignoring of sex trafficking to occur. It's bad enough as is. The accusation is that this is systemic. If there's even partial evidence to it being systemic, I don't care if it was 50,000 or 250,000. I don't care if it was 10,000, and I don't care if it was over decades. If any law enforcement officer saw foster care girls aged 13 to 17, I think one of them was 11 too. But if they heard about girls aged 11 to 17 being recruited and sexually abused by Pakistani gangs that justified their criminal behavior through religious supremacy, that is fucking vile and should be addressed 100%. We will listen to the dance song momentarily. Who is this? Mek Malazan. I haven't seen you before, so thank you for the donations. Iran has had its hands forced. They had a policy of hedging. Don't fuck with us because we can build a nuke. But America didn't attack us because we are not in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Now that they have been attacked, it stands to reason that they are pursuing a nuke. I don't agree with the two strikes, but Iran cannot be permitted to have nukes. I agree with that. But we have to decide where we're at, because for me, Doobie seemed to be making the argumentation, sorry if this is a straw man, seemed to be making the argumentation that he thought that 60% enrichment was tolerable because to our knowledge, they didn't have an active weapon and they were pursuing 60%. That way they would have leverage during negotiations, which I'm okay with. Like truly, if Iran was maneuvering for a return to the JCPOA, having a civilian nuclear energy program, but having strict monitoring that prevents them from a bomb, I think that's great. I think that's fucking great. I wish we had stuck with that. I wish we'd stuck with the JCPOA. Clearly compared to what we did over the past year. But the other option is give them the bomb or let them develop the bomb and then give Saudi the bomb. And then we can have a three-way nuclear Mexican standoff in the Middle East and North Africa. Now, I think the United States is not going to tolerate that because, you could irradiate 2/3 of the world's oil supplies, and that's too big of a risk to take. But on principle, I don't see a problem with it. Mutually assured destruction, arguably, is what kept us alive through the Cold War, was the fact that we knew that if we went too crazy with the Russians would nuke us, and the Russians knew that if they went too crazy with us, we might nuke them. So, Paragon? Starbased? Yeah, isn't there some, somebody said Starbase. They said that there was like this annoying Twitter profile that is like one of the biggest Destiny dick suckers on Twitter. And they, if you say that they used to go by the handle Starbase, that'll be enough for them to block you. So, lolcow was the wrong term. I want to emphasize that you say, I want XYZ and want to do less ABC. Then when chatters ask you about ABC, you start getting baited into talking about ABC. Okay, fair enough. Unork, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Baited is the main term. Yes, baited is fine. But I also want the capacity to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about when I want to talk about it. Old school says Connor, a non-statistician having problems with methodology of the UK rape gang study when he boosts the USAID studies where he cannot prove even one person has died is peak stupidity. Well, old school, I think it's pretty fucking peak stupidity to assume that people who are getting life-saving drugs and then you stop giving them life-saving drugs, that's not going to have a deleterious effect. I think that's fucking crazy pants. Like, I don't know how it's like, where's the, simple versus complex jumping meme? This one. So this is me right here. And you're kind of like, this is me. And I say, the United States has been giving life-saving drugs to people all over the planet for the past 25 years, credited with saving 25 million lives. We have stopped giving those people drugs and no one has stepped into the gap. It is likely that based off of expert opinions, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people will die as a result of this. And if we get into the hundreds of thousands of people, I mean, even the tens of thousands is bad. But if we get into hundreds of thousands or millions, it wasn't worth the cut. We could have transitioned out of this program. Whereas you're down here and you're like, well, we cut the programs, but we also don't have any stats on it. And, you know, there could be other countries that step into the gap, even though there's no evidence that they have. And so as a result, no black people have died. And I think that's silly. I think that's silly pants. I think that's very, very silly pants. So that's the nicest that I can say it. That's the nicest that I can say it. Nope. Sorry, guys. I'm going to talk about drama when I feel like it. Sorry to disappoint the people who want to move on completely. It's Denal James. Yeah. Denal's annoying as shit. I ended up blocking, like, because they were, like, covering the totality of the drama, they were covering Snarkers and they were covering Steven. I was like, oh, well, maybe they could be useful as a resource in order to see when the Snarkers are being poorly behaved. But then they just kept tagging me like over and over and over again whenever I would criticize Steven. And I was like, okay, this is annoying as fuck. Block. So, hi, Starbased, wherever you are. Who is this again? Sorry. You've donated a few times and I do appreciate it. Let me take a look at this, but I want to read your name because I appreciate the donations. Mech Malazan. Interesting. $20. I'm a Destiny fan from his StarCraft 2 days, but found your content from the drama. I like the Geopol content I have seen on the last couple of Geopol streams. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. You are the kind of person that Patriarch praise I attract, so we can move past the litigation of sex lives and into the analysis of news, current events, and geopolitics. So, good. Thank you. And thank you for the donation. I've said this before. I do respond to community and financial incentives. There are plenty of veterans who want me to move away from interpersonal drama and want me to move into Geopol. And so I obviously understand that pressure. and I want to satisfy my veteran viewers, not sexually, but I want to satisfy their neurons. I want to satisfy their brains. But cash obviously incentivizes that as well. So thank you for the donations, King. I appreciate you. Beef says, I'm married for 7 years so far, about to be 8 here shortly. Congrats, bud. Congrats. Listen, man, I was with the ex for 15 years. I still think I'm like psychologically decompressing from being with a single person for 15 years. I think when somebody said like, hey, you need to be in boyfriend mode, but you're still in husband mode, I think that's very true. I am still like, I view a relationship with my current partner, hopefully my current partner. I view my responsibilities as identical to my responsibilities as a husband. It's like, if there's a financial issue, I obviously need to help out with the financial issue. If there's like a support issue, like an emotional support issue, a logistics issue, any kind of pain point that I can alleviate, then I want to alleviate that pain point. And then I like to be of service. Like part of the way that I want to show love is I want to do, I want to do acts of service. And so weirdly enough, I carried over that mentality from a marriage into a relationship. And then weirdly enough, I think it got me into a little bit of trouble because when she was like, hey, you can't be husband mode right now. Maybe we could be husband mode in the future. You need to be boyfriend mode right now, which means you need to let me deal with my personal bullshit. And you just need to go smoke pot and play video games and ignore that I exist for a couple of weeks while I'm dealing with some heavy shit. That was almost impossible to stomach. So, anyways. For example, if a medication was being given for free that is only marginally more expensive to buy, dropping that program might have little effect on excess mortality. Yes, but we are talking about Africa. So we are talking about the poorest people on the planet. So the chances of them having sufficient money to buy retroviral AIDS medication, let's just say I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm here just to hang out with the boys. I don't really care what the content is. Cool. All right. Connor, I pray you will reconcile. Thank you. Something tells me that you will. Thank you. I appreciate your faith. I am actually like, I've told you guys I'm a deist. Like, I don't believe in Jesus as the Messiah. I don't know about God's intercession on our plane of existence, but I still believe in, God. So I've been praying as well. Number one, for like the health of her mother, the health of her father, like the well-being of her family, all that kind of stuff. But I've also been praying quite selfishly, I will add, that she will see that I am a well-intended person trying to be supportive, and me being overbearing while she was going through extreme personal issues was not because I don't, my sin is that I care, My sin is that I care a lot. So. Yes. Andy says, you were treating a new girlfriend like you guys had a 15-year marriage between you two. The decompression, self-improvement, and chilling with the boys is essential. I think that's the next step, to be honest. Like, I've made it clear, like, hey, I'm still around. I'm supporting you as I can from a distance. I've made that clear. So I think the next step actually is just going out with the boys, having some beers, and maybe flirting with, but not hooking up with some flesh and blood human beings. Like going to, just as an example, there's a bar next to a major hospital, and it's supposed to be like a pretty cool place for like medical personnel to go decompress after work. And so I think going there, hitting up a boy, I don't think I have very many single friends. Most of my friends are either in committed relationships or married at this point. But do I have a single friend? I don't know if I have any friends who are single. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. But yeah, maybe just going to a bar and dropping $50 on drinking some drinks on a Friday night. Maybe just bar hopping between the hospital bar and the college bar that's near me, and just flirting but not actually doing anything. Maybe that's the next step. Because I kind of just need to know. Like, I jumped onto, Doobie and I talked about this last stream. I jumped back onto the dating site, and I just wasn't into it. It's like swiping past, no offense to the female population, but swiping past 60% of people that I would not be interested in sexually. The remaining 40% have like a mix of features that are kind of positive and kind of negative. But then you also have to like filter through their personalities on whether or not you're actually attractive enough in order to go out on a date. That just doesn't sound fun to me. It doesn't, it's just not fun. And so I thought that I was going to cope by swiping on the apps in order to see what was out there. And I just wasn't having a good time. So I think I'm just going to the bar, and I just think I'm not going to do any hanky panky. I'm just going to go flirt. So I'm just going to go flirt so I can decompress and not focus on something where my focus is counterproductive. I think a lot of people really lose out on fulfillment because they don't give part of themselves or time, money, and energy to serving their community in some way. True. I actually think I might need to go to the Orange County Animal Shelter this week. They're at capacity. They're at 300 animals and 200 dogs. So I might need to go get a 30-pounder. I might need to go get some dumbass fucking 30-pound dog that hasn't bit kids before and bring him home. Unork says tree falls in the forest, but it's for Africans. True. Tree falls in the forest, ask question. True. USAID doesn't just provide HIV medication, and my point is that overall it might not just be as crazy as a little skeptical on the projected mortality figures. You can be skeptical. Like, for instance, the 14 million number produced by the Lancet. Lancet supposedly has a pretty good professional reputation, but 14 million is kind of wild, right? But for PEPFAR alone, it was estimated for 3 million. And I think the mortality calculator is at like 700K right now. Now, how or if they've verified their mortality projections, I think is up in the air. But that's also partially because Trump cut the things that track the mortality projections. So we need some fucking do-gooder to get in there and actually do mortality verification. They need to go to the communities where PEPFAR and USAID was active and say, hey, you know, I know PEPFAR and USAID is shut down, but do you have any kind of information whatsoever on former program participants? I need to go check out how many of them have died since the program was shut down. You know? Churches and family based for finding your life partner. See, that's the problem, though, is they're all Christian. And I'm not a Christian literalist. So I wouldn't have a problem drinking coffee at a church and talking to a girl in the you know, kind of like the meet and greet coffee section afterwards. That's not the problem. The problem is that if she's like a devoted Christian who believes in the Trinity, that's going to be a source of tension in our relationship. So I know it sounds stupid and like a horrible idea, but you got to get the 25 to 30-year-old girlfriend to reset your mind palace. Yeah, probably. If she's straight up, like, if she's like, because she has a pretty tough past. She has a tough past with some of the people that she's dated. If she's not able to forgive me and she's like, nope, got the ick, not going to work, see you later, that's going to hurt my feelings a lot. Like, my feelings are already kind of hurt, but that's going to hurt my feelings a lot. But I will accept it, obviously. I'm not going to chase somebody who's not interested in me. But then after that, I think the move is like late 20-year-old nurse, you know? I know nurses have a reputation for being promiscuous, but I also know that, like, you know, cops have a reputation for being promiscuous. I wasn't promiscuous as a cop. I had 2 or 3 promiscuous friends who were cops, And they were fucking crazy. So they were ruining the professional reputation for law enforcement, but that wasn't me, you know, and that wasn't even a majority of law enforcement officers. So I would not be surprised if nursing was a similar profession where nurses have gotten a bad reputation for being promiscuous, but they probably got a bad reputation for being promiscuous because there are some crazy nurses that do crazy shit, you know? If you're at a denominational church, you will not find young people, male or female, period. Well, I'm not that young. When you're flirting with randos, what's the best way to check ID? Well, I'm going to bars with adults. So I'm not going to the University of Central Florida bars where people might actually be 18 with a fake ID. That's not where I'm going. I'm going to the bar across the street from the hospital that is known for like nurses and doctors. So if somebody is employed as a nurse or a physician's assistant or a doctor, I think the chances of them being more than 18 are pretty high, you know? Yeah. You want a nurse to take care of you when you're pooping your pants? True. Andy, maybe in Miami or something random, girls are not that freaky where I'm at. Yeah. It depends on location and context, of course. I think excuses mortality figures alone are enough for verification, or so going to the communities might not be necessary. Yeah, for sure. Void a Parrot, if there's mortality stats, like excess mortality stats in Africa from 2024, but it got cut down in 2025, right? So it would be excess mortality stats for 2026. So we're really not going to know the impact of PEPFAR and USAID until probably, I would say, summer of 2027 is when we're going to know the effect of PEPFAR and USAID cuts. So, Unork for 10 says, don't justify overstepping, in my opinion. It sucks, but women get a lot of abuse in the name of love. Apologize and ask for clear goals and then do them. Women love when you can accommodate their emotions. I know. I'm not gonna make excuses for it. It's a bad instinct. Like she should have just said, hey, I'm dealing with a lot right now. We need to chill the fuck out. And I should have been like, okay, I'm gonna go fuck off for a while. That would have been the better thing to do. But unfortunately, I'm a compulsive dipshit. So anyways. Let's do the song that somebody sent me via a super chat, I think. Robin Schultz Sugar. Let's listen to this and then let's open up the Geopol. Ooh. Hold up. This song is too popular to be random dance music. I thought you were going to be sharing something kind of like new, but I'm okay with it. I'll let it ride since you did a super chat.
How to tantalize. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical and color-lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? can't hide. She's something mystical in color lights. I say, so far from typical, but
Yo, I'm starting to think that you didn't share this song because of the song. I'm starting to think you shared this song because it's a cop fucking dancing.
take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, well, baby, don't you be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? But you won't get me tonight. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? 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 Sugar, how you get so fly?
Okay, I will say, I think the song, I'm just not gonna lie, it's mid for me, but the context of it being like a 17-year-old guy who would be in a boy band 20 years ago singing this like techno love song, and then a bald cop driving like a schizophrenic, going to the pressure washer, getting fucking half naked, doing a slutty, dancy car wash, and then dressing like a Winja and getting ready to go to the show before crashing his cop car and getting responded to by his coworkers. I think that's straight fucking fire. That's fucking fire. So, all right, but I did promise y'all a Geopol segment because we did miss Geopol yesterday. Arthur, one of our Russian friends, has offered up a video analyzing how Google Translate exposed Russia's secret army. So let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let me thank the people who have donated real quick, because we actually have had a healthy chunk of donations real quick. Let me do. Sorry, I changed scenes and it was muted. I know we're in a weird spot. We're still trying to deorbit from DGG. The Darius segment probably decelerated our deorbit, but we're still heading in that direction. So I hope that veterans of the channel can still appreciate that we're moving away from the drama slop. We're going into covering conservative, grifter right, gamer right, dissident right freaks. That's probably going to be the bread and butter of stream VOD segments, but we are also still going to do Geopol analysis as a part of, like, you know, we had our red meat. Now we're going to eat some vegetables. So, Unork, thank you for 10 and 2. Doobie. Then we actually had 3 $20 donations from Mech Malazar. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. Doobie, Rifleman, Doobie Doobie Doobie, Real Serious, Real Serious, Real Serious, Doobie Doobie Doobie, Rifleman, Hedonic Samuel, Officer Nasty, Real Serious, Real Serious, Doobie, Jeb Kush, Officer Nasty, and Vazraka. Thank you. There might be a few more doobies in there, but realistically, I appreciate all you kings and queens for not only giving me your viewership, but giving me money as well. So, let's take a look at it. Oh, let me do an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I have a segment for you today from a Russian audience member who provided something from the Christo files called How Google Translate Exposed Russia's Secret Army. We're going to take a look at it. Let's go.
February 24, 2026. A man walks through arrivals at El Dorado International Airport in Bogota. Middle-aged, salt and pepper beard, light carry-on. He has a connecting flight from Istanbul behind him and a beach hotel reservation at Cartagena ahead of him. He looks like a man who has been looking forward to this vacation. But Colombian border guards put handcuffs on his hands within minutes. His name is Denis Klimenkov, but that's his cover name. We found his real name is Denis Alimov, a decorated veteran of the FSB's elite Alpha Special Forces unit. And since 2023 has been a senior operative inside one of the most secretive intelligence structures the Russian state has ever built. A unit specifically engineered to be impossible to find. And yet, the FBI knew everything about him. They had been reading his communications for over a year. And not through a mole, not through a signals intercept, not through any sophisticated technical means, but through Google Translate. I'm Christo Grozev. I'm an investigative journalist, and for the past decade I've been tracking Russia's intelligence operations around the world. This video is about a Russian intelligence unit that didn't exist until 3 years ago, and that was designed specifically so that...
That is one of the most dangerous sentences I think a human being can utter. I am someone who documents Russian intelligence services activity. Jesus Christ. Like, listen, I know, man, maybe I'm being a little exaggerative, but I don't know if I am. So being a public figure is uncomfortable because people can find your name and address relatively easily. And if they wanted to harass you or harass your family, they can do so relatively easily. But doing like this is like PII gay ops, right? He's pulling personal identifying information and he's doing gay ops with Russian intel services, or at minimum he's the Kiwi farms of Russian intelligence services. Holy shit, do you have to go to sleep with eyes in the back of your fucking head? Because I'm pretty sure like Russian FSB does not fuck around and they will kill you. Like they will just, if you go out of your way to fuck them over, they will just drive-by shoot you, stab you with polonium, like all that bullshit. So, props to this guy. Holy Fazoli.
People like me would never be able to find it. It's the product of a joint investigation that I conducted together with colleagues at The Insider and Der Spiegel. Everything I'm about to tell you is well documented in leaked Russian government materials, in corporate presentations and records, in a federal grand jury indictment unsealed in the United States. To understand why this unit exists, you need to understand the failure that made it necessary. Between 2018 and 2022, Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU, watched one of its most important covert units collapse under the weight of its own self-confidence and carelessness. The unit was called 29155. If you followed this channel, you would know it well. For newcomers, this is the unit that carried out the 2018 nerve agent attack in Salisbury, England, that poisoned Sergei and Yulia Skripal and killed a British civilian woman. It was behind a coup attempt in Montenegro, a series of bombings in Eastern Europe, and targeted killings across the continent.
Listen, what is it? Andy B says, Russians were barely able to kill that big political challenger to Putin. I'm doubtful she should be that worried. I hope you're paying attention to the video, man. Maybe this guy, what I would say is, if you're documenting it after the fact, let's say that all you're doing is you're reading grand jury indictments and you yourself are not the person who's actively going out of their way to document people, then I would presume that like you're probably safe because all you're doing is you're documenting the FSB's fuck-ups, which it's the FSB who fucked up, not you. But if you were doing the extra step of using OSINT to track down FSB operatives, then I would be worried exactly for the reasons that he just said. Who's this guy? I don't know. He's running a channel called the Christo Files. Are Arthur sent this to me, but effectively it's how Google Translate exposed Russia's secret army. So far, what we've gotten is that FSB got caught. They got caught in Cartagena, Colombia. They've been responsible for a healthy chunk of, like, they were responsible for a nerve agent attack, a series of, anti-government attacks in Montenegro. That's where we've gotten so far. So all we know is Russians got caught. These Russians are hardcore. That's all we know so far.
My colleagues and I spent years identifying the officers of this unit. The single biggest break came from something almost...
See, and right there, my friends and I spent the past year or two identifying the people from this unit. Dude, you got fucking balls of steel. I would never fuck with this. I would never, look, holy shit. I value my life way too fucking much. But anyways.
Most laughably simple that the jury had done. They had issued its operatives' passports in numerically sequential batches. Once we knew what to look for, tracing them was straightforward. We published their names, their photographs, their travel records. Several had even been caught using mission funds to support personal lavish lifestyles, a pattern of corruption that generated its own paper trail. By the time we were finished, their biometric data was in customs databases across Europe. One leaked Russian internal assessment described the unit in plain language as a foolhardy liability. The unit's founding commander, General Andrei Averyanov, didn't lose his job. In fact, he was promoted. That's how Putin often deals with failures. He puts people into an orbit where they become almost harmless. The Kremlin couldn't afford to lose experienced officers who knew too much in the middle of an expanding war. But Moscow's thinking had shifted. What Unit 29Y55 needed, it was decided, was not rehabilitation. It needed competition. A replacement built from scratch, designed to avoid every mistake that had made 29Y55 so easy to expose. The order establishing the new structure came from the Russian General Staff in December 2022. It was formally designated as Military Unit 75127, a number recycled from a defunct unit that had been once stationed near the Chinese border. While Unit 29Y55 had been built within the GRU existing command chain, Center 795 was built outside of it. It reported directly, bypassing the head of the GRU, to the Chief of the General Staff, Valery Gerasimov. And it was given a much wider brief than its predecessor, what Russian military planners call a full-cycle mandate. This means that a single command handling everything from intelligence collection and agent recruitment to surveillance, sabotage, and when necessary, assassinations, without relying on outside support at any stage.
Yeah, dude. I feel like I'm watching the command hierarchy of the Imperial Guard, where there's like so many units, active units, defunct units, active units, defunct units, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that basically the, how do I phrase this? Basically the, fuck. Like it becomes incomprehensibly large and unwieldy. But within that structure, there's obviously going to be effective units. And so, seeing 79155 or whatever being formed in order to do this multi-role shit, that multi-role shit, in my opinion, is probably like the CIA is more opaque. I don't have any specific insight to the CIA. I've never been friends with a CIA operative. Bustamante and whatever, Kirikow, whatever those guys are who are talking shit on YouTube, that's about the level of insight I have into the CIA. Also, the book, The Art of Intelligence by Henry Crumpton. But if I was to go off of the book of Henry Crumpton, who was a CIA case officer and field agent for a while, what they do is they travel to foreign countries under the auspices of being diplomatic attaches to the embassy. Because oftentimes, not only does that give you some level of diplomatic immunity, but then also it gives you like a easy way to gain access to the foreign country. But once you're in the foreign country, you're, I don't want to say off leash, but you have to do what you do within reason to gather intelligence, recruit local sources, and maybe push for what you want. So one of the things that Henry Crumpton said that he did while he was in service was he was the liaison for a Bush warrior. So some kind of like anti-government rebel for the government that had permitted him to be in the country. So if he got caught with this rebel or whatever, he could easily be detained as a spy, incarcerated for extended periods of time, and then maybe eventually released back to the United States government with a high degree of embarrassment. So what he would do is he would travel to the outskirts of whatever this fucking butt-fuck Western, West African country was. He would meet this person in a civilian bar that was friendly to the dissidents and friendly to the rebels, so the chances of them getting caught were very low. And then he used proxies in order to get this guy money and weapons. So, that's kind of like in my opinion, that's probably what the CIA does a majority of the time, is money and weapons logistics for dissidents against governments that the United States wants to overthrow. But I'm also sure that we have clandestine units that do carry out assassinations. I have no insight into them, but I guarantee you they exist.
By the summer of 2023, it was already fully staffed. But where do you hide more than 500 operatives so that they're not immediately visible by investigators and intelligence agencies around the world? You need to hide it inside an institution that is large enough and logical enough for them to be there. You need institutional cover.
Like the diplomatic shit that I just told you.
The people who designed Center 795 chose theirs very carefully. Rather than burying it inside the gerius bureaucracy, which had its own corruption problems and its own leaks, they embedded it inside Russia's most recognizable commercial brand, the Kalashnikov concern. The company that made...
Ooh, nice. Nice. Because you're going to have Americans like me who are going to be deeply sympathetic to Kalashnikov USA. So for those of you who don't know, we banned mass importation of Kalashnikov rifles. And so Kalashnikov created, even after the Ukrainian war, created Kalashnikov USA. And because they have domestic manufacturing, domestic employees, they're still under Russian leadership. That's brilliant. Because if an employee from Kalashnikov USA was like, he was like, hey man, let's go out, let's get a drink, let's shoot guns, let's do this, let's do that. Number one, I would agree to it immediately. And then number two, if he was like, yo, tell me about your military experience. Like, not that I'm in the military anymore, so I wouldn't be able to give him any information that would be really actionable in the current day and era. But I would probably I'd be like, haha, don't tell your FSB friends, lol. And then I would just yap about my military experience. Excuse me. So that's actually, it's obvious. It's obvious, but it's kind of brilliant. It's obvious, but it's brilliant.
Makes the AK-47. Operatives were placed on Kalashnikov payroll as civilian employees. Their physical base was a two-story administrative building called the Patriot Park, a military-industrial complex outside of Moscow, where Kalashnikov already had a legitimate presence. Putin had visited it even. Training was logged as test shooting, routine enough for an arms manufacturer that nobody would think to ask questions about. The principal...
Yeah, you've fallen for AK propaganda? I have, bro, I have. Well, they're not that good. But, okay, hold on. Let's break this down for, like, non-gun people real quick. So, let's just do the M16A1. Okay? This was... Actually, I should start with the M14. So, this was the American competitor to the AK-47. The M1 Garand was the 30-06 World War II version that used stripper clips, I want to say, instead of magazines. But they even had an M1 Garand design that used magazines. The M14 was effectively an M1 Garand with a magazine. And the United States adopted this for their service weapon, even though they had the opportunity to adopt the European FAL, which I think was manufactured by Fabrique Nationale, which is a .308 semi-automatic rifle, battle rifle, adopted by the Europeans for common use. And I think this was called like the right hand of the free world. I don't know why. I don't even know what conflicts the Europeans fought in during the Cold War. I'm infinitely more familiar with American military engagements during the Cold War. But it was a very popular, reliable rifle, but the Americans rejected it because we're stupid. And then, when we got into Vietnam, the M14s, because they had wooden stocks, they would like warp and fuck with accuracy and barrel harmonics and all that kind of bullshit. They were too long for jungle warfare. The cartridge was overpowered compared to the targets that we were shooting at. And so the United States wanted to adopt a intermediate rifle, a smaller caliber rifle, so combatants could carry additional ammunition. And so we developed the M16A1. And there were rumors about it that were untrue that led to reliability issues, like you never needed to clean it because it was space-age technology. That was a common rumor during the 60s and 70s. There was also something about like the plastics that they used were the same plastics that they used in the space shuttle program. They think it's like a space gun, basically. But that was all like rumor bullshit. You needed to clean them. You needed to maintain them. And the United States Army used the improper ammunition for them, which resulted in some like devastating battlefield losses where American armed forces went into combat with fresh M16A1s and new ammo, and the guns fucked up in battle, resulting in allegedly a few squads or a few platoons getting wiped out due to reliability issues. So, that being said, they figured out the ammo, and over the past 50 years, we have evolved it into a piston-driven 10-inch 5.56 close quarters rifle. We, of course, have the M4, we got the M16A2, we got the M16A4, we got all that kind of stuff. But if you're looking at a modern M16 style rifle, this is how we evolved it. It is ultimately shorter, a little bit heavier because of the piston system, but the piston system is arguably more reliable than direct gas impingement. And that's where we're at. So we got shorter, we got faster. Now, with the AK-47, sorry that this is a lot of gun knowledge, but I hope that gun nuts are mildly entertained while I'm talking about this, and I hope that gun ignorant people but gun curious people are getting something out of it. The AK-47 was actually manufactured towards the end of World War II, and it became the symbol of guerrilla resistance to American empire for the past century. Part of the reason, interestingly enough, the TV show Andor Space AK-47, I think the reason why they used the AK-47 as like a modified weapon for the rebels who were doing the heist on Aldhani is because the AK-47 is unironically an iconic symbol of global resistance to American imperialism. So I do not think it was a mistake that I do not think it was a mistake that the blasters that the rebels used in Andor was AK-47 aesthetics. You said it was not, it was 1947? Yeah, okay. Arthur, when did AK-47 development begin? Design works for the AK-47 began in 1945. It was only actually produced in 47. Obviously, the 47 is the year, but production began towards literally immediately after World War II ended. And the STG-44 inspired the design. So I'm sorry that I said the end of World War II, and you are 2 years after World War II. All right. So anyways, the point is with the AK, when you talk to any gun nuts about it, there are some things that are quite famous about the AK-47. Is that it's easy to manufacture, it's relatively easy to maintain, you do not need to clean it a lot, because the tolerances of it for the stamped metal ones, the ones that are actually made out of stamped metal, they actually have enough wiggle that they very rarely get gunked up or jammed up. in that they're reliable enough to perform, right? And so the way that the M4 and the M16 has been an iconic piece of American military hardware that has evolved over the past 70 years, AK-47 variants. The AK-47 has minimally evolved into different versions. So, for instance, the AK-47 is chambered in 7.62x39. When the Russians saw that we were moving to 5.56, they chambered, I think, the AK-74 in 5.45, which is their response to 5.56. They also have 12-gauge shotguns, the Saigas. So they have 12-gauge shotgun versions of the AK. They also have like the AK-103, which has like this weird piston system where like some like weighted pistons shoot to the back of the gun while it's being fired. And so it severely reduces muzzle climb. Now, the truth is, I think the AK-103 is over-engineered, at least hearing it from gun guys. It's over-engineered. It has its own maintenance issues. And the decrease in muzzle rise is not worth the increase in weight. So there's like a lot of AK-103 and AK-109 fanboys, but apparently there's actually like a split in the gun community where they say, is the design cool? Yeah. Is the muzzle climb impressive? Yeah. Is it worth the trade-off in weight? No. And so that's when you see like Russians in Ukraine fighting, a majority of them are still rocking AK-47s chambered in 7.62x39, and a majority of them are rocking AK-74s in 5.45 without very much variation. And the 103s and the 109s are really where they started carrying about like Picatinny rails, like rail systems, so you could mount lights and red dot optics. You can do it to old school AKs, but it's a little bit more tough. AK-47 with red dot and flashlight. You basically have to either rig it with like weird slap-on rails that bolt to the top, or you have to get this kind of like rail system that slots into where the wood is supposed to be. So, anyways, I think I'm largely done with my autism. Where does the AK-12 fit in? I think there's two manufacturers for AK-12s. Picatinny rail, okay? So P-I-C-A-T-I-N-N-Y rail. I don't know who originally developed it, but a Picatinny rail is a rail mounting system. That way people can put red dot sights and lasers and flashlights onto their weapons. So Picatinny is like super common in American manufacturing, to the point that American M16s and M4s, modern AR-15, almost all AR-15s from the manufacturer now are not going to have plastic handguards. They are going to have some kind of rail system. There's like different rail systems. There's like Picatinny 1913 M-Lock. There's a bunch of different manufacturers who do the rail systems, but they're going to have some kind of rail system that you can put grips on and that you can put attachments on. Picatinny Arsenal developed it. That's unsurprising considering the name. I don't know if you're bullshitting me or not. But the point is that like Americans have adopted suppressors, red dot sights, infrared flashlights, normal light flashlights, magnifiers. We just expect our guns to be able to do that. Whereas with the AKs, I would say that modularity and lightness is not as expected in the AK platform. But I've been talking about autistic AK shit for 5 to 10 minutes. I know it's technically related to the content, but the reason why, these agents are able to infiltrate not just the United States, but foreign countries so easily is because Kalashnikov has developed factories and export businesses across the planet in order to export AK civilian semi-auto civilian variants across the world. And so like if some fucking AK rep was like, hey Connor, I saw your bolter, I fucking loved it, I want to see what you can do with a Saiga 12, or I want to see what you can do with a fucking AK-74, and I want you to build the VF-47 from Titanfall 2. I'm going to help you do the project. That guy's going to become my friend. Even though he's Russian, I'm going to be his friend instantaneously. God damn it, I'm still yapping and I can't shut the fuck up. Look at the VF-47 Titanfall. So what I'm saying is, this is a really good honey trap. This is a really good honey trap because I would fall for it like a dipshit. If a Kalashnikov USA representative said, "Hey Connor, I wanna help you build a VF-47 from Titanfall 2. I liked your bolter video and I thought it was cool." I'm gonna be in there drinking booze and yapping up a fucking storm within 20 seconds. Anyways, let's go.
The backer of all of this, according to two sources and a lot of leaked data, was Andrei Bokharev, a billionaire arms dealer, best known as the controlling shareholder of Transmash Holding, one of Russia's largest defense and rail conglomerates. Bokharev has a deep and deliberately obscured connection to the Kalashnikov concern itself. In 2014, he and a business partner purchased a 75% controlling stake in this company. 4 years later, when Western sanctions were looming on the horizon, he appeared to divest of it, to sell it. But our investigation found out that the financial trail tells a different story. Tax declarations from 2019 through 2021 show a continuous stream of income from Kalashnikov to Bokharev. And he remains on the payroll of a company that is controlled, ostensibly at least, by the current Kalashnikov main shareholder. This financing model would be familiar to anybody who followed the Wagner Group. Just as Yevgeny Prigozhin channeled revenue from his catering contracts into the private military, or so-called private military company Wagner, Bokharev has been directing money from overpayment for the state contracts by Kalashnikov and Transmash Holding into 795. In this way, the state pays for everything, but in a hidden, deniable way. If something goes wrong, it's Prigozhin's fault or Bokharev's fault. The third key figure in this arrangement was CEO of Rostec Sergei Chemizov. Rostec is Russia's largest state-owned arms manufacturer. And Chemizov is one of the most powerful people after Putin. I mean, he served with Putin back in the 80s in Dresden, Germany, and he's probably the only person who can walk into Putin's office at any time of day or night without knocking. Now, until 2014, when Bokharev got the controlling stake in Kalashnikov, it was Chemizov, through Rostec, that controlled the concern. But he remained a 25% shareholder through the state-owned Rostec that he's the president of. So Bokharev and Chemizov together, through this arrangement, got something that previously only Prigozhin had. A private military company, a private army. To lead this unit, the informal Politburo of generals and oligarchs chose a guy by the name of Denis Fisenko, a 52-year-old veteran of the FSB's Alpha unit. 3-time recipient of the Order of Courage, as we can read in his own bio, Russia's national champion in combat shooting, author of the FSB's Training Operation Manual.
Alpha Group's supposed to be super fucking nasty, too. I know that I'm buying into Russian propaganda where they maybe exaggerate the lethality of their own troops and all that kind of stuff. But Alpha Group were supposed to be some nasty, nasty motherfuckers during the Chechen War, where they would, like, if there was a war crime that needed to be committed, they were the people who committed said war crime. And not just that, unapologetically. And then not just that, but apparently they are they will take orders from Russian oligarchs and government officials without question. So if somebody needs to get fucking smoked, doesn't matter if they're a Russian citizen, doesn't matter if they're a Ukrainian citizen, doesn't matter if they're they're overseas, doesn't matter. Like Alpha Group, if they get an order from somebody who's recognized as a what do you call it? Like a I want to say corporate, but I think I'm just thinking of the word oligarch. If they get an order from an oligarch that's recognized as a part of their command structure in order to go smoke somebody, apparently they will do so without question. Arthur says with question. That's interesting. I mean, literally, if you want to add that to a note of you wanted to talk about, you know, like Russia and all that kind of stuff, if you want to add your perception of Alpha Group into the things that we would discuss, please make a note of that somewhere, because I would find that utterly fucking fascinating.
Here he is in 2018, teaching Putin how to shoot a sniper rifle manufactured by the Kalashnikov Institute at the Patriot Park. What made Fisenko specifically right for this role wasn't just his combat record. I mean, there are many other decorated veterans available, but it was what came after his career as an Alpha officer. Between 2019 and 2023, he served as a senior executive at Kalashnikov Concern, overseeing more than 1,000.
Arthur says there were, in fact, a few times that they denied following orders. That's it. Once again, I would love to hear about that. I would love to hear about that. Arthur, from an exterior Western perspective, I know this is probably anti-Russian propaganda, but the kind of like the anti-Russian propaganda that we consume in the Western world kind of says, like, there's a shitload of corruption. There's a lot of one hand washes the other. And there's also like a lot of you go along to get along or you get bumped off. So if you had any specifics, I would actually love to hear them.
1,000 employees and managing the Zala Aero Drone Division, whose drones, UAVs, are currently flying combat missions over Ukraine. He understood both sides of what this unit needed to be, an elite commando structure operating under corporate cover. He was also close to Bokarev. I mean, we saw in leaked records that he was flying on his private jet around Russia in the years that preceded the creation of this unit. So he had the trust of the bosses. Now, here comes the crazy part. To brief his Kremlin sponsors and President Putin personally, Fisenko produced a PowerPoint presentation. It was, by all accounts, indistinguishable from a standard Kalashnikov board meeting deck. It had organization chart, personnel projections, growth charts, icons of tanks and drones, all of them color-coded and put in different columns. It was also, as it turned out, a comprehensive intelligence gift. Within months of its creation, the full presentation had found its way to Western intelligence services and to journalists, including our own investigative team. How? Ukrainian hackers had been targeting the Kalashnikov concern, thinking they will find just data on Russian drone manufacturing and production of weapons. They found something much more sinister. Every detail of the unit's structure, staffing, weapons, and ambitions laid out in clean Kalashnikov branding on slides that were never supposed to leave Russia. So let's have a look. What does Center 795 actually look like from the inside? Just over 500 officers organized into 3 directorates: intelligence, assault, and combat support. The recruitment process was selective and, one could say, draconian. Of the initial 535 candidates processed, 1/3, 177, were rejected and had to be replenished by other candidates. Those who made it through the very fine needle of the vetting pipeline of questionnaires, psychological testing, polygraphs, and interviews were drawn from the elite services, the FSB Alpha and Wimpel units, the GRU Spetsnaz, and even the FSO, the Presidential Security Department. Now, how were they able to get those people?
Sorry, I just want to check the GRU. What does Russian GRU stand for? I know Arthur's probably like, it's so obvious. The Foreign Military Intelligence Agency of the Russian Armed Forces. Okay. What does the Russian FSB do? FSB is the principal domestic security and counterintelligence agency of the Russian Federation. So is it kind of like FBI? FBI versus CIA? Am I analogizing that correctly?
Well, department heads in this unit earned the equivalent of around $8,000 a month. Fisenko himself, according to leaked tax filings, earned close to $500,000 per year. Now, this got them not only the best people, but also the anger and envy of every peer in other intelligence services in Russia. The Intelligence Directorate, the unit's largest, runs 9 departments covering the full range of modern surveillance. Department 11, Open Source Intelligence, Social Media Monitoring, Commercial Satellite Imagery, Public Databases. Department 12, the most sensitive, is a network of human agents operating abroad. It is staffed almost entirely by veterans of Unit 29155, the same operatives who carried out the Salisbury attack. Department 13 signals intelligence and intercepts with a full suite of radio technical intelligence equipment, including satellite intercept stations. Department 14 and 15 handle optical reconnaissance, Orlan and Aileron drone platforms, used for virtual and visual surveillance of both operational and tactical levels. And then
Dude, what a fucking disaster. Okay, sorry for emphasizing this point, but it popped into my head while he's talking. Whenever you talk to like a Green Beret, well, maybe not a Green Beret. Whenever you talk to like a unit guy or a guy who served with a unit, whenever you talk to a MARSOC guy, whenever you talk to even a MUSOC guy, oftentimes when you try to pry them for details about Special Forces missions, they will say, like, they'll allude to what they did, but they will never confirm it directly. They'll never give you specific timelines. They'll never give you this info, that info, whatever, because it's part of, like, the culture of, like, operational security. But they will say, like, oh, yeah, I went into some sneaky places and, you know, I killed some people and I did this and I did that. But they'll never give you specifics. And then not only that, but oftentimes what they will say is that their barometer for success is whether or not what they did made the news. So basically, like, if they go to, let's say they go to Yemen, they do a nighttime raid during Yemen, and they raid a house, they kidnap a guy, and they exfiltrate him, or they just kill him. Well, if that gets reported by local news, you know, homicide, you know, this guy's dead, whatever, you know, that's no big deal. But if it's American Special Forces team went into Yemen to assassinate a leader of Al-Qaeda or a member of ISIS, to them, that's like, oh shit, we fucked something up. You know? Like, we were supposed to get in and get out and do what we were going to do without anybody knowing that we were there. So, YouTube having the FSBs, well, is it the FSB? Special Unit 29155 and whatever this new unit is called? Us having their internal structured documents is kind of a fucking disaster, at least from an American standpoint.
and 3 parallel ground surveillance teams, Department 16 through Department 18, each equipped identically so that any of them can run the same operation or the same type of operation without any of the other teams knowing what they're doing. And then Department 19, the sniper department. Here's a detail that stood out to me when I first saw the PowerPoint presentation. This department sits inside the Intelligence Directorate and not the Assault Directorate. A dedicated sniper unit placed alongside surveillance teams, classified as an intelligence function. That structural placement tells you exactly what the snipers are being used for inside this unit. They're not there for battle support, they're there for targeted assassinations. The Assault Directorate is organized around strict compartmentalization. 4 combat application departments, each containing...
Well, QC John, I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but Shrek McPhee used to go into other countries pretending to be retarded, and then he would direct kill capture missions. Well, in Shrek McPhee's defense, he does look retarded. Shrek McPhee, if I saw this guy wandering around my country, you know, stumbling into, you know, brothels and bars and, you know, getting into fistfights with locals and all that bullshit, I would assume that this guy was retarded. I would like, if I was a counterintelligence operative in Southeast Asia and Shrek McPhee came to I don't know, Cambodia or Laos with a, you know, tourist visa, and I didn't know that he was American SF, and then he was just like fucking doing Shrek McPhee shit, yeah, I'd probably assume that he was a dumb fuck too. Oh, that's because look at this guy. Look at this guy. He looks like an expat going to brothels and bars and being a dipshit. You know, that's what I would expect. Seriously, that was a story he told on Sean Ryan, not joking at all. He didn't speak Arabic on his solo missions either. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And by the way, I think Shrek McPhee has been called out a few times for maybe being a little bit hyperbolic in his recounting of certain events. But weirdly enough, on instinct, I do believe that Shrek McPhee was stumble fucking through Middle Eastern and North African countries and Southeast Asia, pretending to be a dipshit, and then foreign and counterintelligence services dismissed him as a dumbass, and then he went and did hardcore missions. I almost guarantee, like, on instinct, I think that is probably true. So, look up the sword video online. I'm unfamiliar, but I'm going to take your word for it that it's evidence of him being a dumb fuck.
4 separate strike teams. No team has any knowledge of what the other teams are up to. If one cell is blown or caught, it cannot burn the rest. The Combat Support Directorate makes clear that Center 795 was designed as something more than just an assassination unit. The PowerPoint presentation that we looked at shows 5 departments: armor, artillery, medical, EOD, and air defense.
I'm assuming they would do Spec Ops missions with additional support, particularly in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. I don't know how much these would apply to Latin America, but maybe they would need an EOD tech for certain kinds of missions. Maybe they would need a air defense technician for, to bring in some man pads for like a specific mission with a high probability of government response with aircraft. I don't know how many times these people would have been deployed in the American hemisphere. I would not be surprised if these elements were deployed in Eastern Europe, Belarus, Ukraine, etc., etc.
This gives the unit also T-90 main battle tanks and Smerch rocket systems. Now, neither of these would be useful in targeted assassinations, but it's clear what they're useful for. This is a self-contained, combined arms formation capable of conventional military operations on a battlefront. One of the most deliberate features of Center 795's design was where it was recruiting its leadership from. The unit didn't want people that were already burned, people with traceable Russian military histories. It wanted people who the Western counterintelligence and Western investigative journalists simply didn't know existed. Fisenko's deputy, for example, Dmitry Drozdov, is a very good example. Drozdov served in the KGB, but not the Russian KGB, the Belarusian intelligence service, which is still called the KGB. He served in the Alpha department of the KGB, which is in fact their own version of the GRU. He left the KGB of Belarus around 2017 and moved through the corporate ladder and was hired actually at Kalashnikov Institute as a civilian employee before he joined Center 795.
This is where it gets awkward, by the way. Just telling you my own limited familiarity with the military-industrial complex. I know a lot of people are like, the military-industrial complex doesn't exist. I think it exists based off of there's industry that supports the military, and the private-public partnership gets a little gray sometimes. So just as an example, when I was getting out of the military, I was, basically told, like, being a civilian contractor is the way to go. Or being a civilian employee of the Department of Defense was the way to go. So with the civilian Department of Defense, you could become, like, I was an administrator. I was literally like a logistician for the Marine Corps. I could go do that job for the federal government, for the civilian support elements that support the military, and I can make, $50,000 to $70,000 a year as basically like a supply administrator who eventually would become the administrator of a warehouse. And so, and while the government the government job was not as lucrative as private contracting, it was substantially more stable. Like, once you get in, you're in. And once you're in, you can rock that bitch until retirement, and then you can retire with like a 6-figure salary, So it was viewed as like boring because you basically move into a civilian role supporting the civilian elements that in turn support the Department of Defense, but it was also viewed as like a decent job with a decent check. Now, the contracting is where it was interesting, because for contracting, you could do anything. You could drive forklifts, you could clear out porta shitters, you could manage laundromats, you could run like a DFAC, you could run like a chow hall. There's so much shit. You could also install counter EOD technology on trucks. You could help assemble the trucks. You could help assemble the aircraft. You could be in weapons development. You could work for Lockheed. You could work for Raytheon. You could work for Bell. You could work for a dozen American arms and vehicles manufacturers who supplied the military. But with contract, you could also just go overseas and be a security guard. So like Blackwater and Academy, I think they're called, they allegedly did some like secret spooky, PSYOP special operations bullshit with plausible deniability under the CIA. But also they were just security guards. So for instance, I have a friend who has been a security guard at the Iraqi International Airport. He's been an American military security guard for the American presence at what's Baghdad International? What airport is right outside of the green zone in Iraq? I think it might be Baghdad International. It's Baghdad International. Dude, he was in Baghdad International last year. He was in Baghdad International 2 years ago, being a fucking security guard armed with a machine gun in case any fucking jihadist dickheads decide to attack Baghdad International. There would be an American military veteran with PTSD ready to chop them fucking down with machine gun fire. You know? That's a funny definition of everything. For me, that's a lot. You know? Being a forklift driver, murdering people with a squad automatic weapon in defense of Baghdad International Airport. That's actually like a substantial amount of employment opportunity. So, anyways, the point is that the way that these guys, he's Belarusian KGB, he becomes a corporate guy for a decade. He's kind of like a financial throat slitter rather than a literal throat slitter. And then he gets recruited back in order to be admin for a Black Ops Intel group. I almost guarantee you we do similar shit. I would put it at, I would need somebody who works high up in the sneaky, spooky shit world in order to say, hey, Connor, that's actually not how it works. This is how it works. And then describe to me how it works. Because otherwise, I think we probably do something identical or similar to what's being described in this video. So, anyways.
In 2023. Exactly the same pattern holds for Sergei Ratkevich, the head of the intelligence department. Departed the KGB around 2017.
Dude, that's just Sean Ryan's cousin, by the way.
And like his colleague Drozdov passed through the Kalashnikov ladder, arrived at Center 795 only at the end of 2022. Both men carry no Russian institutional footprint that Western agencies would know to look for. That is not a coincidence. This is by design. While most of the meat, the people who would actually work the streets and travel the world, were from the FSB, GRU, and FSO, from Russia's ecosystem of military operations, the leadership, the ones that were likely to be seen by Western intelligence services, had no connection to Russian military ecosystems. Now, despite their attempts to keep everybody on the management team away from public connections to the GRU or the FSB, there were blunders, as usual. I mean, for a senior role, they employed somebody by the name of Alexei Ilushin, a man whose CV attached to the PowerPoint presentation reads like it was written to impress a boss. 4 languages, including Danish and Norwegian, author of military academy textbooks, architect of a GRE university recruitment program. But what is more important, back in 2014, he already had been burned. He had been caught red-handed while posted at the Russian embassy in Paris by French intelligence while attempting to bribe somebody close to President Hollande for personal compromising information. He was declared persona non grata at the time and expelled, and apparently the GRU thought he had been forgotten about and appointed him to this senior role. And now on to my favorite part of the PowerPoint presentation. This is the 12th department, the Human Intelligence section. It bridges the FSB and the GRU with their institutional networks. It is led by Anatoly Kovalyov. He's a GRU officer who traveled records, and communication patterns indicate that he was at least integrated with, if not an actual member of Unit 2955. All of his deputies are also from the GRU, and this makes sense because the GRU traditionally have operated abroad, and the FSB traditionally only domestically. And
and he mentioned the FSO as well. It sounded like the FSO was related to more like the American analog would be the Secret Service. So hold on, let me rewind 5 seconds.
people with knowledge operated abroad are also from the GRU, and this makes sense because the GRU traditionally have operated abroad.
So I would be curious if Arthur would agree with my assessment that the GRU would be a relative analog to the CIA.
And the FSB traditionally only domestically.
And the FSB would be more similar to our FBI. And then the FSO would be most like our Secret Service.
And the people with knowledge of networks abroad come from the GRU. And it is the 12th department that Denis Salimov, the man in handcuffs in Bogota, coordinated and took instructions from for his work. Through leaked communications, we can see that he had a particular status. He reported not just through the department chain, but also directly via dotted line to Nikolai Zryachev, a former GRU officer who had gone to the FSB and then on to Kalashnikov and was currently serving as the senior deputy to the head of Center 795. Back to Denis Alimov, the person in handcuffs in Bogota airport. Alimov began his career at the
That's interesting. Arthur says, no, the GRU is specifically military intelligence. So in the US, that would be the DIA. That's interesting because nobody talks about the DIA. American DIA. American Military Intelligence Service. Military Intelligence Corps, modern U.S., the Defense Intelligence Agency, the primary department, DoD Combat Support Agency responsible for reducing and managing foreign military intelligence. That is, it's not that I didn't know. It's not that I didn't know that the DIA existed. I knew that they existed, just nobody talks about them, you know? If somebody's doing spooky shit overseas, we talk about the CIA, you know? The FSB is also a lot bigger than the FBI, but it is also the FBI. Okay. Yeah. You know, it doesn't have to be like direct analogs for it to still be interesting. That's not what's interesting to me about it. Just what's interesting to me about it is like, obviously I have a good guy mentality when it comes to CIA. And I'm not saying they're good people. I'm not saying the CIA is staffed with good people. What I'm saying is they're fighting for our team. So when they take, you know, a few $1 million into West African and South American and Southeast Asian countries, and they support rebel groups that are fighting people that we don't like, you know, that's just like the cost of doing business. That's just international affairs. It's just how we do it. But whereas when the GRU or the FSB do, you know, some kind of secret squirrel unit 79155, you know, gay op shit, I'm like, ooh, these nefarious motherfuckers. But I'm also like sympathetic to them as well, because if I'm sympathetic to our own DIA, our own CIA, the sensitivity of their missions and the necessity to take out people who are threats to American national interest, then I'm sure the Russians probably have a similar patriotic perspective towards their own former FSB and GRU leaders who are engaged in secret squirrel, you know, gay ops across the world. You know, see, this is, sorry for yapping so much, But this is why I think it's so funny. Whenever there's like gay ops in Discord where like these communities don't like each other, two Discord communities don't like each other, so they spend a disproportionate amount of time trying to like join and ban each other from different communities so they can have the capacity to talk shit unrepentantly about creators or a topic or share a certain kind of content or whatever. It's because to me, that is like the lowest stakes of secret squirrel shit that you could do. Because at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're like trading information. What these guys are doing though, is they're trading information that affects the orientations and outcomes of nation states of the world, including killing people. And so for me, like the highest stakes gay op game you could do is what these guys are being described as doing. And the American equivalent would be like a CIA field officer. So that's the highest stakes. Fucking Discord gay ops games about, you know, your creator is a pedophile, so I'm going to join your Discord in order to be able to talk shit about your fucking creator, but I'm going to do it under alts so you don't know who I am. And I'm going to pretend that I'm more of a community member than I am so I can try to shift the narrative within the community about how big of a piece of shit this creator is. That is truly like the lowest stakes fucking shit we could possibly talk about. It's funny. It's interesting. But I'll just say it. I think Destiny and Dan Saltman spending a substantial amount of time in their lives caring about people in Discords talking shit about them is like one of the gayest ways to spend your life force on this planet. I think it is truly lame as shit. And I will apologize to my gays real quick. If you're a boy who kisses boys or if you're a girl who kisses girls, good for you. I don't care that you're gay. Matter of fact, if that makes you happy, I'm happy you're gay. Okay? Sometimes I use gay and the F slur as a pejorative, but I still love my gay and bisexual audience members. Moving.
The Russian riot police in Stavropol near Chechnya in the early 2000s before being transferred to FSB's Alpha team, and he worked and was registered at the Center for Special Tasks in Balashikha on Moscow's eastern outskirts. Actually, the address that he is registered as residing at, Trubetskaya Street 116, is the same facility where Vadim Krasikov, the assassin from Berlin, trained for a few weeks before traveling to kill the Chechen dissident Zelimkhan Hangushvili back in 2019. You may remember that Krasikov spent years in German custody before being swapped and given back to Russia as part of the big prisoner exchange that also freed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in 2024. Within Alpha, a limo...
Oh, relax, Voida Parrot. It's not a relapse thing. I don't give two... I'm allowed to talk about drama. It's my stream. I can talk about drama when I want to. We've been talking about serious Geopol shit for an hour and 21 minutes. I'm allowed to have a 30-second interjection where I call my critics gay. Okay? Thank you.
worked under the unit's deputy head of internal counterintelligence tasks, maintaining strong contacts with the North Caucasus, Chechen, and Dagestan counterterrorism directorates. Now, we were able to obtain leaked communications by Alimov, and they show that the first year at Center 795 was, by the standards of what came later, quite unremarkable. He was helping Kadyrov locate a missing nephew who had vanished in Moscow and needed to be brought back. He used his old FSB contacts to clear some cargo shipments between Russia and Ukraine. He was passing on information and tips he was getting from his former colleagues at the FSB to the people at Center 795 that were actually fighting the war in Ukraine. But he himself was sitting and waiting for the first task. At the same time, his extracurricular activities were more colorful. Again, open source data shows that his phone number was registered to multiple Telegram channels dedicated to muscle building through anabolic steroid use. He posted the photo.
Let's go. Let's go. Using your secret mission funds in order to do steroids. Let's go. Like, listen, man, the reason why I don't do steroids, I wouldn't have a problem doing like a cycle of steroids. I just don't want to lose my hair number one. And then number two, I think it increases your chances of prostate cancer as well. There's also increased chances of testicular cancer and also like testosterone production issues after you off cycle. So not only do I not want to deal with all those deleterious potential effects, but one of the things that can happen with steroids is also the steroids themselves do not differentiate between muscle tissue of your physical muscle tissue, your skeletal muscle tissue, and your cardiovascular muscle tissue. And so it will actually stiffen your cardiovascular shit. You know? Yeah, you're going to get bitch tits. Yeah, another reason why I'm not going to do it. So, I would never really do PEDs unless I had like literally like a multi-million-dollar consultation with a doctor who was like the recognized PED fucking champion. You say it's a little late for that, brother? That's not true. TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, is becoming increasingly testosterone replacement therapy. I'm not going to do TRT, by the way. I think I'm still in the high fives. So I'm okay. But with TRT is becoming very, very, very common, where people, some men, as they go into their 30s and 40s, they will drop down into the 200s or 300s for testosterone. And as a result, that causes its own health issues. That can cause libido issues. That can cause heart issues. That can cause, I think, low testosterone health effects. What is it? Left untreated low T poses significant health risks, including severe bone density loss, heightened risk of cardiovascular disease, and metabolic complications. Beyond sexual dysfunction, it contributes to anemia, loss of muscle mass, and persistent mental health struggles like depression and fatigue. Right? So I'm not doing this anytime soon. And Skillwalker says, go to the Frank Zane peptide route. EPO is also sick. Who's Frank Zane? What does Frank Zane look like? And is he dead? Sorry for distracting with testosterone shit, but yeah. Like, if there was some kind of fitness coach, some kind of PED coach who said, follow this lifting and cardio program and follow this PED regimen, and I promise you, not only will you not have deleterious health effects, but you will look like this, I would probably do this. You know? Look, and here's Frank saying, I'm 82, my secret's to staying young. Dude, this is who I would want to be. I would love to do this. I would love to be Frank Zane. You know? But unfortunately, all I have is my muscles covered in a thin layer of dad fat. But anyways, let's stop talking about steroids. This stream is officially gay because we're looking at bodybuilders. Hey, man, I guess that gives me the F pass. You know, I guess I could have said the F slur earlier today. I guess I could have said the F slur during that stream with Destiny. I guess you guys can't cancel me after all.
Polling question to one of them. How can I continue muscle growth while getting rid of side effects such as man boobs? By 2024, his professional focus had expanded considerably. He was building a recruitment network, drawing on his Rolodex of Chechens whom he had personally jailed over terrorism-related charges in the past. People with outstanding prison sentences who could be easily pressed into cooperation, and who could plausibly present themselves abroad as political refugees fleeing Russian persecution. And at least one of them succeeded. We can see that in communication with one such former Kadyrov opponent, who had been sitting in jail for 8 years, he obtained a foreign passport, he was released from jail, and left Russia for Istanbul in 2024. We lose his track after that, but we know that he was working with Alimov before he vanished into Europe, and he's probably parked somewhere, waiting to be tasked with something. By late 2024, Alimov's attention had narrowed to one particular objective. He was targeting members of the Chechen dissident community in Europe, and specifically figures connected to the Zakayev family. Now, Ahmed Zakayev is the acting prime minister in exile of the unrecognized Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. one of Kadyrov's most prominent symbolic opponents, but more importantly, somebody who speaks out against Putin, and somebody who wants Chechnya to be free from central rule from Moscow, and clearly somebody that the Kremlin cannot afford to continue to create allies across Europe. The price that was put on his head was $1.5 million. Dead or delivered back.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm flying to Chechnya to go kill this guy for 1.5 million. Like, bruh, 1.5 million to kill a Chechen dissident? Holy shitballs. I'm assuming this guy's dead. But if he's not, I'm gonna go, I'll be right back. I'll see you for stream in a week. Like, dude. 1.5 million for smoking a Chechen dissident? That's bananas. That's bananas talk. You know, so the real reason why I wouldn't do that, is because I would expect to get smoked as much as I would expect to get paid. So let's say, hypothetically, I decide that I want to become a international assassin. And so I find out that there's a $1.5 million bounty for this random Chechen dissident. And I'm like, you know what? I want to kill this. You know, this is the life I want. I want $1.5 million for killing a guy. So then I go overseas. You know, I go to the black market, gray market, whatever. I get like a knife or a gun or whatever. I find the guy, I kill him. I almost guarantee you that once I like try to make contact with the Russians and I was like, hey man, here's a proof that I committed this homicide. I would like my money now, please. Number one, you know, I don't exactly expect them to send it to my PayPal. Number two, maybe they would give me like Bitcoin, Ethereum. Maybe I could get a wallet. Maybe that's how you avoid getting fucking killed. But then I would almost expect that if you started making contacts with, Russian intelligence services, you committed an assassination as a lone operative without the backing of any nation state, you're as likely to get killed and disappeared as you are likely to get paid. So that's just my suspicion. But, so just to let you know, my fear of God and my fear of being murdered by the Russians are keeping me from becoming an international assassin.
Back to Russia, and Alimov was in charge of this operation. Running an assassination operation ring on Western soil requires somebody with local access, a person who can move freely throughout Europe, going from one city to another without the attention drawn by a Russian passport, especially after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The man whom Alimov found for this job was Darko Djurovic, a Montenegrin citizen living in the United States and a former MMA champion of Montenegro. We found videos and photographs of him competing. And the MMA connection may be less incidental than it sounds. Many of the Chechen operatives whom Alimov was communicating with based on leaked communication data came from the combat sports world. MMA gyms in the Caucasus have long served as a recruiting ground for both Russian security services and Chechen armed gang networks. The fighting circuits is where Djurovic might have been introduced to one of the contacts that already had been working for Alimov, and this is how Alimov likely got on the track of Darko Djurovic. Conveniently for Alimov, at the time he was recruited, Darko Djurovic was living in the United States, giving him access as a traveler both to Europe but also to North America.
All right, I'm going to zoom back and find this Chechen dissident real quick. What's this guy's name?
And specifically figures connected to the Zakayev family. Now, Ahmed Zakayev is...
Ahmed Zakayev. Is Ahmed Zakayev still alive? He is currently living in exile in London. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, Grid says the thing about being a gun for hire is people can pay somebody else to delete you. Yep. It's a cutthroat world. I like being alive too much. I like I like having family. I like having friends. I like having community contacts. I like, growing as a person. I'm afraid of God. I don't want to become a murderer and then find out this whole God business is actually true and I'm going to be judged by the creator of the universe. And I'm also scared that, once you get into that kind of work, the amount of getting smoked, it gets a lot easier. Jesus, he's forced to live in London. F's in the chat. Oh, man. Well, what would I say about this? What I would say about this is go watch that guy. Okay. What was it again? Let me shout it out from Arthur. It's 2:30, so I'm going to put a little rap on it. But go, if you're interested in this stuff, watch the Christo Files. 285,000 subscribers. Apparently some kind of investigative journalist who keeps his eyes on Russian intel operations internationally. That is super fucking interesting. And then also seeing the parallels between American, military establishment, military industrial complex, and intelligence agencies compared to Russians is actually very interesting as well. So huge fan. Go check out the Christo Files. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to go ahead and read super chats, and then I think I'm going to go work out. I'm still having a lot of anxiety because I want to support my lady friend, but she's busy taking care of her mom and her dad. So I have to very tepidly and passively support from a distance. And it's driving me fucking crazy because I think I've told you guys this. I'm the helper guy. You got problem? I got solution. Problem, solution, problem, solution, problem, solution, problem, solution. Like, that's my mentality. So being sidelined and asked to not help is very difficult for me. It's absurdly psychologically difficult. Absurd. Like, I need somebody to pat me on the head and go, good boy, good boy. I cannot do this whole, when dogs are told to sit and stay, but you see their energy like bursting out of their fucking chest and their arms right now. That's me right now because I want to help. I want to get you tea, I want to fucking, pick you up a lasagna, or I want to fucking, her dad's paraplegic. Like, I want to help lift your dad from his wheelchair to his bed. I want to help, I want to help, and I'm not being allowed to help. So I'm just like a fucking Belgian Malinois on the fucking side, being told to sit and stay, just fucking freaking out. And it's killing me. It's fucking killing me. So I need to go direct that negative energy. I need to direct it into lifting weights, and I need to direct it into, fucking walking. So I'm not as goddamn annoying. Ugh. Fucking breaking my goddamn heart. And then the truth is, here's the thing about being the Belgian Malinois. Let's say that we have a conversation and she's like, you know what? We started dating, we had a good time, I enjoyed our time, but I don't want to be with someone who has the soul of a Belgian Malinois. I need somebody with the soul of a Pekingese. Then I'm going to say, that sucks. That makes me sad. But I'm going to go find somebody who is, capable of dealing with my Belgian Malinois spiritual energy. It would suck. It truly, I'm telling you, if this does not work out, I am going to be super sad. I am going to be super sad because I think we have a lot of good things going. If it does work, though, I will be very happy. And I need work. I am a working, from an emotional standpoint, I am a working dog. You got problems, I got solutions. Let's fucking do it, Anyways. Let me... Doobie for 10 says, shove your fear into a box and crush it with your God-given will to power until it learns to obey or dies. This is an opportunity for self-mastery. Too long didn't read. Give your pebbles a tug and push on. I know. Part of the reason why I articulate this to you guys, and I've been talking to a friend as well, who has a similar perspective, is accountability. It is accountability. It is for someone to say, hey, you know, you're articulating this problem where you are being too fucking, you're trying to be too helpful and it's fucking annoying. You've been told that you're being annoying. You need to chill the fuck out. And part of the reason why I tell you guys that is so I have more people who are like, no. That is misdirected energy. You need to put it in a more productive space. So let me thank the people who donated, though. Doobie, thank you for the donation. Unork, Doobie, Mech Malazan. I hope you enjoyed the Geopol content, bud. I hope you did. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. You know, we are moving out of the drama sphere, so hopefully you get a kick out of us criticizing conservatarian people, and then hopefully you get a kick out of Geopol segments. Doobie, Rifleman, Doobie, real serious, Doobie, real serious, Rifleman, Hedonic Samuel, Officer Nasty, Doobie, real serious, Jeb Kush, Old School, Officer Nasty, and Vazraka. Thank you for your financial support today, guys. I do appreciate it. And feel free to bully me. Feel free to bully me and say, hey, Connor, bat. You know? How about I roll up a newspaper, pop your snout and say no sharply? Honestly, Grid, at this point, I would actually appreciate it. Like, I'm not kidding. If somebody could come to my fucking house and punch me in the fucking face and say, stop. And like the punch fucking registered, oh man, I would thank you. I would super chat you, you know? Place! Oh my God. The Belgian Malinois energy is not good. I take payments of Mountain Dew. Okay, I could give you a case of Mountain Dew to show up to my face, punch me in the fucking nose, and tell me to shut the fuck up. Don't be a Malinois, be a Rhodesian Ridgeback, humble, loyal, working, and badass. I know. Yeah. Imagine showing up with a puppy as a makeup gift. No. That's the wrong direction. Yeah. Connor being told to sit and he's shifting from paw to paw like a fucking lunatic. That's literally what's happening right now. I'm being told to sit and stay. And I'm like, hold on. Where's the, I'm gonna show you guys a Belgian Malinois. I'm gonna see if I can find like a compilation real quick. Because they always have these Belgian Malinois compilations on YouTube Shorts. And they are funny as fuck. This one is a pretty good example.
Speak. Okay, shh. That's quiet. Shh. Speak. Okay. Shh.
Dude, this is what I was looking for. I was looking for a Malinois in the seated position with so much fucking energy that it was impossible for it to like sit still. And then it's being told to speak, and yet you can tell that it's like coming out of its fucking skin. And then it fucking jumps on its owner and pounces it, you know? This is perfect.
Speak. Okay, shh. That's quiet. Shh. Speak.
Oh, shit.
What?
Okay. I have nowhere near the athleticism of a Belgian Malinois, but spiritually, I have never felt better represented for like what's going on. You know, it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. I'm sitting there like fucking jumping from paw to paw, fucking chomping at the ear, fucking ready to fucking go, and I can't do shit, and it's killing me. So, and that's the thing too. It's like I'm good with, dude. I am good with so much fucked up shit, dude. Blood, fucking poop, sweat, piss, death. I am in my element dealing with those things. So I'm like fucking ooh, like I'm ready. Like this is my shit. Like I am ready for tragedy and malevolence and blood and guts and piss and shit and rage and sadness. It's my fucking, it's not my, it's kind of my jam. But like it's my jam because like I did it for a decade, right? Like military was super fucking hardcore. Marine Corps was super hardcore. Dealt with fucked up shit the entire time there. Law enforcement was super fucked up. Dealt with plenty of blood and guts and violence and shit and piss and rage and anger and tragedy. And so having a, you know, and by the way, guys, I do think, you know, there is a chance that it's not going to work out, which sucks. It sucks so bad. But having a partner and then seeing them go through something that hardcore, like having one parent who is having serious surgery that might kill, and this is where I want to provide grace, because I am being selfish. I'm thinking about how I feel. That's like the main thing. I'm thinking about how I feel, and I'm not centering how she feels, and that's the fucking problem. But I can't help how I feel. I feel it, you know? So, and to put this into context, so you guys know, I kind of am like a douchebag. Her father is going through surgery in July that could be fatal. And that is serious because he has had medical issues since like the 1980s, right? I think he became a paraplegic in the 1980s or the 1990s. So he has been living as a paraplegic for like 30 or 40 years. And so he's going through a serious surgery and he might die. Mom is normally the caretaker, and mom had to have serious eye surgery. So she had serious eye surgery about 2 weeks ago, and she's doing a serious eye surgery today. Okay. So mom is normally the primary caretaker of dad, but she's been taken out of commission. So my lady friend is taking care of her two children 50% of the time. Now they're older, so it's not as bad. But she's also been taking care of her mom for the past 2 weeks and also taking care of her dad, you know, because her mom used to take care of her dad. And so she's just like alone, like in the fucking trenches, trying to survive, you know? Is she okay about you talking about this? I don't fucking know. You don't know her, so I don't know what the fucking problem is. But anyways, so she's dealing with that. And then I'm a fucking Malinois on the side, jumping from fucking paw to paw, being like, let me help, let me help, let me help, let me help, let me help. And I know it was so fucking annoying. I know it was so annoying. And I understand that. But like, it's just the same way that we literally saw the Maligators, the Malinois chomping and running to jump and wanting to do this and wanting to do that. When there is a serious problem like death or injury or blood or piss or shit, like I'm so good at it. I don't get freaked out by blood. I don't get freaked out by piss. I don't get freaked out by, health issues. I don't get freaked out by trauma. I don't get freaked out by any of those things. And so I'm just like here, like desperate to help. And my desperate instincts are not helping. So it sucks. So Jonah says one of the wisest things Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. It's true. It's true. It's true. What will be, will be. It's true. Yeah. Randy says you can't help how you feel, but you can control how it comes out. I know. And that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. One of the things somebody said true in reference to me centering myself. Here's one of the clips that I was joking about with my friend. It was actually really funny. You guys might know where I'm going with this, but this is this is something that I came up with during the conversation because she was like, you know, you're focusing on how you feel, but, you know, think about how she feels. You feeling useless in a situation is nothing compared to the trauma of taking care of your parents while they may or may not be dying. So you are, you know, centering yourself. And then I sent her this meme acknowledging that that's what's happening. Hold on.
No, this whole thing, all of this, it's all about me.
Oh, dude, I'm laughing because it hurts. Hold on. One more time. One more time.
No, this whole thing, all of this, it's all about me.
Oh my God. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. But there's something different between knowing that you're fucking up and stopping the fuck up. You know? Like there's something to be said for I'm not prioritizing the person that I say that I care about. I'm being emotionally selfish. I'm caring more about my own anxiety and desire to help than I'm caring about the trauma that she's experiencing. I'm centering my own feelings over the person, and I'm repeating myself, but I'm centering my own feelings over the feelings of the person that I claim to care about. You know, and you can know that. Like, you can know that, and still, like, every muscle and bone in your body can be screaming. And that's just what's going on. Every muscle and bone in my body is screaming. And, but I know I'm the problem. I know I'm the problem. So, anyways, Doobie for 20 says, you could try what my father did to train discipline into me. He made me destroy things I loved and endure physical and emotional torment until I learned that feeling the pain was a choice, and now I'm such a nice guy. Oh. Ha. Ha. Thanks, Grid One Motorsports. Is that your rhetorical newspaper to the snout? Yes, you're being a self-serving prick. Do better. Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do, okay? I will confess to something that I shouldn't have done, but I did it. Okay. I have not communicated with her since Sunday because she said that she needed to deal with it on her own. And I did say, I shouldn't have done this, but I said, because she's going into surgery today. I'm praying for your mom today. I'm praying for your family. I'm still here if you want or need anything. And I don't care if it's in an hour or in a month. And I'm going to try not to send anything else for an extended period of time. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go work out. So I'm going to go put on my shoes. I'm going to go make sure that my deodorant I'm going to make sure my deodorant is still working. I'm going to go to the YMCA. I'm going to hit chest and triceps hard. Even if it's like super painful, I'm still going to hit it super fucking hard. And I'm going to spend a minimum of 30 minutes on the treadmill. And if I'm still feeling anxious, there's a lake around me that has roughly about a mile track. If I'm tired at that point, I'll probably come home and work. But then if I'm still feeling anxious, I'm going to, go. I'm going to go walk around the lake. Yeah. Doobie's dad is a Sith Lord? Probably. That actually explains a lot. I have a Ridgeback. If I didn't have 12 acres, I would have never been able to keep them. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I also did yard work too. Not only did I work out yesterday, not only did I work out yesterday, I spent like 40 minutes in the yard. So I also was like out in 95-degree weather, Floridian sun mowing. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go buy a pack of cigarettes and put them out on my arm. So, see ya. All right, guys. I am going to go. But I appreciate you, and I hope you have a great day. What is it? Counterpoints 40K was released today. I'll for sure be releasing a Counterpoint Sci-Fi episode on The Expanse within the next 24 to 48 hours. I will be working on a Star Wars episode, and the Star Wars episode I'll try to get released, but we'll see. Yeah. Oh wait, how about instead of smoking cigarettes again, I'll just turn on the stove and then put my hand on it. Cool, true. Okay, there we go.